back. And we're ready to continue from where we last left off. Which is right here. Twisted Karma and His Last Bow, Investigation Part 2. Still don't know whose last bow it's set to be. Could be Van Zeek's, could be Kazuma's. Honestly, I would kind of prefer the latter, but we'll see. November 2nd, 3:38 p.m. Sholmes Suite. Still can't quite believe what just happened. I know. I inquired with the bailiff after the court session was adjourned, and it seems Mr. Vigil was taken to the hospital to recover. Right? 10 years ago now, Mr. Vigil attempted to commit suicide by jumping out of the window of the prison governor's office. But ever since then, he's completely blocked the memory of those events from his mind. Nobody knew his secret, not his family, not even the man himself, but I forced it out into the open. Was it wrong of me to do that? Did I overstep the mark, I wonder? Bruno! Oh, Iris. You were miles away. Anyway, I've brewed a fresh pot of soothing tea for you. Oh, thank you. You and Susie have had an exhausting day so far, haven't you? Oh. Thank you, Iris. How thoughtful of you. Do you happen to know where Mr. Sholmes is? When we came out of the courtroom back into the defendant's antechamber, he disappeared. Oh, no, I don't know. He just suddenly sprang to his feet and left. All he said was, I must leave. I wonder if he's pursuing the mystery of Inspector Gregson's death. No, I have a suspicion that he's going to talk to Mrs. Vigil and let her know that he found her husband, which he didn't by any stretch of the imagination. But why are these two still showing up as two separate people in the court record? Well, you know what Hurley's always saying, don't you? There are mysteries in this world that should perhaps never be solved. For the construction of a solution comes only at the expense of the destruction of something else. What does that mean? He knows very well that when you open someone else's old wounds, you often open your own too. But he just can't take his own advice and leave well alone. Solving mysteries is too important to him. That's true. That's what I like about Hurley, after all. I suppose that's a lot of a great detective in some ways. So then, let's have tea, and then I'll give you a hand. Oh, do you have time, Iris? Yes, I've finished this month's manuscript at last, with barely a day to spare before the deadline. Oh, I'm so looking forward to it. A brand new story to read in the adventures of Herlock Sholmes. You know, I always hide Hurley's violin in the days before I have a deadline. You do? Poor Mr. Sholmes. I'm sure that's very wise, Iris. How sensible of you. I mean, I imagine it's just so she can focus. Now then, my fellows, let's make a plan of action before we continue our investigation. Why is there a pipe there instead of a beaker? Has that always been like that? I feel like that might be different than normal, but I could be completely wrong. Still don't know why it says VR up there. I'm guessing that's probably just like the initials of whoever drew this scene. They got to keep their initials in there. Anyway. Oh, wait. I'm a lawyer, by the way. Have you seen this? Your armband? The symbol of a defense lawyer in Japan? Runo, you've shown that to me dozens of times. Oh, have I? Thing is, I just feel wrong if I don't have it on my arm, you know? If you ask me, I think you should try wearing something different every now and then. Oh, really? Like what? Well, I could make something for you if you like. How about a band that squeezes your arm when the person you're talking to tells a lie? I don't think you have the technology to make that, Iris. I'll keep a space free on my left arm, then. Anything to say about this? Oh, this looks like it's made from real human hair. Thought it might be. Yes, people will pay money for long hair that's in good condition. Hurley once offered his hair up for sale, you know? He grew it right down to his shoulders. Really? How much did he make? No one would buy it. Oh. He was told it was unruly, apparently. Oh, maybe I'd better give up on the idea as well, then. You wouldn't look good growing it out anyway, Runa. And I say that as someone else who honestly shouldn't let his hair get as long as it does.
Objection!
Iris, have a look at this. That's not right. I thought you were supposed to say objection or the like when you present evidence. Oh no, that's only in court. It's not fair. If you won't say it, then I won't look.
Objection!
Yay, that was great. Right, next. Alright, I get the message. I'm just trying to see what she might have a reaction to. I thought it was strange, you know, when Hurley suddenly decided to turn his hair red like that, I mean, he didn't tell you why? He didn't mention the Redheaded League to you? I'll bet it's because he wanted to keep that 4 pounds a week all for himself. Oh yes, I see, because your hair has a reddish hue too, you mean, right? Anyway, at least I have a good starting point for next month's installment now. Iris must be the only person who's actually going to manage to benefit from this whole sorry affair. Will she react to a gun? No.
Objection! Objection!
Will she react to firecrackers? No. Wow. I really thought she would
Objection!
have. Will she react to a picture of her dead friend? Iris, about this. Yeah, she will. Okay, I feel bad. I shouldn't have done that. What was I thinking? Why on earth did I show her that? Don't worry, Ryu. It's not you. It's me. Poor Grexy. Wow. Everything directly tied to Gregson has that reaction.
Objection!
I thought that photo might have a chance at being relevant. Oh, right, I need to actually talk to her. Happy New Year's Eve, Rafkin. Welcome to the stream. So how did it go in court this morning? Well, we still don't know the truth about what really happened, but one thing's increasingly clear. Lord Van Zieks definitely didn't do it. Oh, goody! Yes, that's right. We managed to uncover several new facts as well. Oh, really? And there was another development too. Kazuma. Yes, it's quite clear now that Kazuma-sama is not himself. The way he's acting, it's almost as if he's possessed. I know, I mean, at the end of the proceedings earlier, it was like a bloodhound the way he was chasing down Mr. Vigil's forgotten past. He's not normally so mercilessly persistent. What's going on in his head, I wonder? I really need to sit down with Kazuma and try to understand what he's going through. If Gregson was really murdered the day before his body was discovered, then Lord Van Zieks has to be innocent, you see. What? The day before? That should be easy enough to work out just by examining the corpse, surely? Yes, you would expect so, but curiously, no time of death was included in the autopsy report. That is curious. There are still unanswered questions about Lord Van Zieks, though, aren't there? Do you mean... I mean, what was he doing there on Fresno Street that day in the first place? Well, according to the man's testimony, he said he was investigating Inspector Gregson, didn't he? And it turns out that little room was actually the inspector's secret office. Oh, that sounds like it has all the makings of a wonderfully devilish plot. Then why was that notice board in there covered in all those particular papers? Papers about cases with a link to the Reaper. I'm starting to get a bad feeling about all this. Oh dear, that sounds more like something horribly devilish. I'm going to start by looking into Inspector Gregson's movements of late. Never imagined I might have to be investigating an inspector's movements. Well, according to the entry in his diary, he was carrying out an incognito investigation of the Red-Headed League the day before his death. Oh, you mean he was doing the same as Hurley? Well, Mr. Sholmes was trying to apply, whereas the inspector was supposed to be investigating. I do wish it had been the other way around. Anyway, as it turns out, the inspector went to investigate the Red-Headed League that day. It wasn't actually Gregson at all, it was Mr. Vigil, in possession of Gregson's identification. You know what that sounds like to me? Establishing an alibi. Oh my, yes, you're absolutely right, Iris. Well, why would Gregson need an alibi? It would appear that the inspector had something to do that he wished to keep secret. I don't believe it. I always thought he was just a harmless lover of fish and chips. But perhaps they were seasoned with something a little more potent than salt and vinegar. I think perhaps we should try to move away from food analogies. Look, I'm hungry, okay, Susie? I'm sorry, but I am quite hungry right now. No, I had a good meal already. Anyway, if Lord Van Zieks felt the need to investigate Gregson, yes, I agree, we must try to find out what he knows. Vigil, you say? Isn't that the name of the lady who came to visit Hurley yesterday? That's right, to ask Mr. Sholmes if he would help her find her missing husband. Only Mr. Sholmes completely passed the buck to us. Actually, didn't you say that Mr. Vigil had been taken to a hospital? Do you know which one? Why do I have a feeling it's going to be St. Sinners? It's either going to be Bart's or St. Sinners. Oh, it's St. Sinners. Yep, I was right. I'm starting to wonder if all the other hospitals in London have closed down. That's amazing, Runa. You found the lady's husband already. Well, I suppose I have, by accident. And 10 years ago, while Mr. Vigil was the chief warder at the prison, he was responsible for overseeing the professor's incarceration. Oh. So when the convict escaped, he was held responsible and immediately dismissed. Sometimes I really don't want to grow up. There's more, for 10 years after that, while he was ostensibly working as a peddler, he also had another secret job. He was paid by Gregson to be his stand-in, to impersonate the inspector. To impersonate Gregsy? But why? I have absolutely no idea. Ginny was right. Starting to think all adults are up to no good now. Including you, Rune. Okay. I haven't paid anyone to impersonate me. That means he has ties to the professor and to Inspector Gregson, though. Oh, we're back to talking about Mr. Vigil. Because, I mean, technically, Ryu does as well, but, you know. So I do think we ought to pay a visit to Mr. Vigil, don't you? Back to St. Sinners, then. Well, I think it's clear what we need to do, isn't it? Let us investigate, my dear fellows. Oh, Iris, you're even more enthusiastic than usual today. If anyone has anything to hide, my special Wilson shooting iron will soon set them straight. Could you please not point that at me, Iris? That water pistol? It's stuffed full of a piping hot extra special blend of mine. I'm quite sure it will be very effective. You're going to scald someone? I better be very careful not to hide anything. It feels a little strange that Mr. Sholmes is nowhere to be seen, but still, let's go and see what we can find out. Yeah, they had to do that so that he could pop up out of nowhere at some point. Yes. November 2nd, Naruhodo's Legal Consultancy. Just gotta do a quick scan, see if there's anything that I need to investigate in this room yet. I don't think there is. Alright. Oh wait, we can present stuff to Susato as well. This is the letter of introduction your father gave us. Yes, he's clearly well respected if he's able to give out letters like that. Definitely. Professor Mikotoba is obviously held in high regard outside Japan as well as in. I think I already read this. Wow, no reaction to the picture of Gregson dead. At the very least, have a reaction to this, please, because, like, you were the one who figured out that it was genuine, and I'd love to know how you knew that. Dang it. November 2nd, British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice's office.
No arguments, Prosecutor Asogi. You will continue with the trial exactly as I instructed. Is that clear?
Perfectly. It's Kazuma-sama. Defying Lord Strongheart by the sound of it, he never did know when to back down.
On your way now, Asogi.
My lord. Kazuma. He left without saying a word.
Yes, what are you doing here?
Oh, well, I was just hoping to ask you a few questions if you wouldn't mind.
I wanted Van Zeek's trial concluded today. But Prosecutor Asogi's unwelcome inquiries are going to make it take longer than necessary.
Unwelcome inquiries?
As a result, I'm losing even more precious time. Currently 2 hours, 55 minutes and 41 seconds, 42, 43...
We must resolve everything before 3 hours have passed, Mr. Naruhodo. I don't think that's possible. Court is adjourned for the day. In a miraculous not even 5 minutes? Anyway, I can't let the man's obvious bad mood put me off. I need information. Does Prosecutor Asogi believe that Lord Van Zeeks is the Reaper?
I wouldn't know. It was 10 years ago in that fateful closed trial that Lord Van Zeeks made a name for himself among the judiciary. But the next trial he fought, he lost. It meant the ringleader of a criminal organization was acquitted thanks to all the jurors being under duress.
That's awful.
The man's freedom was short-lived. He lasted just 3 days.
Yes, let me see. He died in a rock slide at his place of work, I believe.
Correct. That was the inauguration of the Reaper of the Bailey.
And people believed Lord Van Zeeks was responsible?
He was brought to trial himself, but it was shown to have been an accident.
So I must have had a solid alibi then.
Nevertheless, the mysterious deaths continued. In total, 16 persons perished in unusual circumstances, ostensibly at the hand of the Reaper. That's a long run of coincidences.
The Reaper's true identity may well be revealed by this trial.
And the impact that revelation would have on the British public cannot be understated.
Is that why it's a closed trial?
Precisely.
Honestly, it's a really terrible idea when you think about it, because, like, you want transparency at a time like this. Or at least for detailed results of the trial to be published to the extent that they don't put anyone innocent in harm's way.
This country hasn't seen a closed trial for 10 years.
So the last one was the Professors? The trial of Genshin Asogi?
Correct.
Actually, we heard that originally. That originally you were going to prosecute that trial yourself, Lord Strongheart.
Van Zieks entreated me to relinquish the prosecution to him, that he might avenge his brother's death. And here we are, 10 years later. With the son of the man Van Zieks had condemned now looking to avenge his father's death in the same way.
Difference being his father was a serial killer? I suppose he might think that Van Zieks is also a serial killer. They do say that what goes around comes around.
However, it would seem that the new young prosecutor is harboring some ulterior motive as well.
Kazuma is?
I like my organization to run smoothly, in the exact manner that I prescribe. As with the giant clock in here, I won't tolerate a single cog being out of step with the others, even if they are covered in bird feces.
So that's what all these gears are about in here.
If the young man refuses to mesh with the other parts of my great machine, I will be forced to take steps.
What do you mean?
Not something with which you need concern yourself.
I hope you're just talking about, like, deportation or something.
In any case, all your questions will be answered tomorrow. Now, I shall have to ask you to excuse me. As of this moment, I've been delayed from attending my next meeting by precisely 3 hours.
Welcome to the stream, B. Oh my, that is a long time.
And I hold you entirely responsible.
Even though we miraculously managed to fit everything into not even 5 minutes. I wonder if you might agree to us, talking with Prosecutor Asogi.
Discussions between the defense and the prosecution outside of the courtroom are generally frowned upon. However, I will make an exception in this case. Now go. You can find him in his office.
Oh, thank you. Wow, so he's already moved into Van Zieks' office. Let's go see him at once, Mr. Naruhodo. Kazuma's my best friend in the world, but I'm really not at all sure I know how to talk to him at the moment. let's just keep going down the list. November 2nd, local prison, cell 1. Lord Van Zieks is reading. Look. It doesn't seem like he wants visitors, does he? But he must have noticed that we're here, surely. What do you Nipponese want? It's no way to greet the lawyer who's trying his hardest to prove your innocence, is it? Perhaps not. Hmm? I apologize. So, what can I do for you, Mr. Naruhodo? Lord Van Zieks speaking earnestly. Oh, the fog will lift over London for the first time in months tomorrow. This does feel very, very strange. I must say, I was impressed. Oh, well, no, he was impressed by Prosecutor Sogi. Not by you, by your fellow Nipponese, your prosecutor friend. Oh, I see, yes. It's sardonic, don't you think? For a man such as me, so loathing of the Nipponese, to be entirely at the mercy of the two of you. I suppose it's retribution for having played the part of the Reaper all these years. Played the part? There are only a couple of things that I care to show him. It's a serious crime for the defense to attempt to extract information from the prosecution by illegal means. I think we have more of a defense and client relationship now, don't we? Just two things that I care to show him. Wait, actually one more. Because this one's relevant. You once told me that you gladly allowed people to believe you were the Reaper, because it helped reduce the amount of serious crime that took place in London. If keeping quiet and playing the part benefits a cause I myself am committed to pursuing, then why would I choose to say anything? But the henchman of a criminal killed by the Reaper attacked you only the other day. And that was just the most recent of many attempts on your life, wasn't it? Someone is clearly profiting from your silence about all this. Someone is using you. Believe me, ever since the Reaper first appeared, I've been doing my utmost to expose him, or rather, to expose the organization. It's a whole organization? It's inconceivable that all those accidents were orchestrated by one man. No, the Reaper always appears to have very accurate information about the accused in each case, which can only mean that somebody at Scotland Yard is involved. Someone at... You can't mean... It's taken me many years, but I've finally identified the central figure in this Reaper organization. Tobias Gregson. No. Gregson, the Reaper? So the reason you were investigating Inspector Gregson is because you intended to expose him as the Reaper? As I said, the Reaper of the Bailey is no single person. It's a highly secret organization with close ties to Scotland Yard. But there's no doubt that Gregson was a key member of that organization. I don't believe it. Are you saying that that he was behind all those awful criminals meeting their...
Gregson didn't do the dirty work himself.
Oh.
He was the tactician. His job was to covertly investigate the marks and plot their assassinations. In order to do that without arousing suspicion, he regularly needed a foreign alibi.
Which is where Mr. Vigil came in, posing as the inspector.
Vigil knows nothing of the Reaper. But the room he rents on Fresno Street was almost certainly the headquarters of the operation. Gregson would have met the assassin in there for briefings.
So we don't actually know who carried out the killings then?
Actually, I do have a name.
You what? Well, if you can name the man, you have the true identity of the Reaper already then. No, he has a name. He has an alias or something.
Or, if I can name the woman.
Oh.
She's a young woman by the name of Asa Sheen.
Wait, what? Shin? Miss Asa Shin, the true name of a terrifying killer I know only too well. She came to Japan posing as a visiting student and murdered Dr. John H. Wilson. Then, just when it seemed that diplomatic protection would help her escape Japan and conviction, the mysterious woman was herself murdered in a small summer beach hut. And that woman was actually the Reaper of the Bailey? Mr. Naruhodo, this perhaps isn't the place to discuss. No, of course not. We can't mention it here. The fact that she killed Dr. John H. Wilson. Because Iris doesn't know, and it's very likely that the man was her father. Asa Shin. I should let father know at once. Yes, I agree.
Kazuma, isn't it? Kazuma Asoki. You say he's a friend of yours.
My best friend. It's the whole reason I got to come to Britain. It was all on his merits. I have nothing but respect for him.
Yes, I understand that only the very best students are selected for such opportunities, and you do not seem like that. And I had a fine demonstration of how sharp he is in the proceedings earlier today. He missed nothing. In fact, his flawless performance very much reminded me of his father.
Ben Shinosogi, the professor.
It's true that the aristocracy at the time was the root of numerous grave societal problems. They were abusing their power, playing with the common man as pawns in politics, in economics, in war. In many ways, Asogi was carving out a canker from society that we British couldn't deal with ourselves.
Ah, I see.
But that's precisely why it makes no sense. Clint Van Zieks was a noble and upstanding man. He wasn't corrupt.
Why did that damned Nipponese have to go and take my brother's life? In spite of having once saved mine. Saved your life? How did that happen? It was 10 years ago, on a foggy night. What was to be the professor's final strike had sent a wave of panic through the capital. So Clint Van Zieks had already been killed at this point then. Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. Of course, at that point I had no idea of the true nature of the man at my side. All of a sudden...
Don't make a peep. You're coming with us.
We were surrounded. All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves. Clint was not only from noble heritage, he was a brilliant prosecutor as well. The scum of London hated the sight of him, and they had no sympathy for his younger brother either. I'd been targeted several times before already.
Yeah, it's Van Zieks, alright. We got him.
I could hear them muttering amongst themselves. I knew they were after me. But just when I thought my time had come. If I let them kill you, Clint would never forgive me. It was a Sogi's voice, just a whisper in my ear. After that, I don't remember exactly what happened. The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He'd shielded me. How did the bullet not just, go through his hand? 2 days later, they arrested him. On suspicion of being London's most notorious mass murderer ever, the Professor. How awful for you. All at once, I lost the brother I revered, and the foreign friend I held in such high regard. I'm so sorry, Lord Van Zieks. That's the end of my miserable tale. I never thought I'd recount it to anyone. Thank you for confiding in me. The Professor, the Reaper, and Inspector Gregson. I wonder just how intimately related they all are. I still can't quite believe that Gregson was essentially the Reaper, giving assassination orders to Josiah Brett. Mr. Naruhodo, let's go and inform my father. I'm sure our government will want to hear about this new information. Oh, that means I get to meet your daddy, Susie? Hooray! Yes, alright. Let's head back to the Great Waterloo Hotel then. November 2nd, Great Waterloo Hotel foyer. I thought it yesterday and I think it again. This place is so princely. It's a wild guess, but I have a feeling you'll think the same tomorrow, too. My tea has a finer fragrance than whatever they're serving in the tea room here, though, wouldn't you say?
Ah, look who we have here. This is an unexpected pleasure.
Ah, Father. Oh, is this your daddy, Susie? How lovely.
What a charming young lady. And you are? Ah, really? So you're the author of The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, aren't you?
That's me, Iris Wilson, at your service, sir. Susie's been such a wonderful friend to me over the last year, you know.
Well, Miss Wilson, I must say I read your work regularly and with much interest.
Iris actually lives with Mr. Sholmes, you know, Father.
Is that so? Well, perhaps that goes some way to explaining that bright look in your eyes.
I can't do a hee-hee. I don't know how that sound feels in the throat. You wouldn't be smiling so airily if you knew just how bright she is, believe me.
Now then, young Naruhodo, it was a pleasure seeing you in action earlier. As an invitee of the symposium, I was allowed to observe from the gallery after I twisted some arms.
Hopefully metaphorically. I don't really feel like defending you in court, to be honest. And I must say, it was a truly exemplary performance.
Oh, well, thank you very much.
Although I'm fairly sure you omitted by Cosmo on the end there. No, please don't understand. It was you who impressed me. Really?
Didn't miss a step against Asogi, and we all know how capable he is. Really, to have matured into such a fine defense lawyer in less than a year is quite extraordinary.
It's very kind of you to say so. And it really is nice, and really nice to hear.
What I saw in court today confirmed what I've been hoping for. The favor I mentioned yesterday, Naruhodo, I trust you haven't forgotten?
Oh, no. You did mention something, didn't you? But first, we have something to report, Father.
Of course. Shall we take tea while we discuss matters further? I wonder where Judge Jigoku has got to. By the way, I'm a lawyer. Look at this, Professor Mikotoba. Ah, Kazuma's armband. He was wearing that when he left for Great Britain. How curious, it doesn't strike me at all as odd to see you wearing it. It rather suits you. Oh. You intending to return it to him?
I already returned his sword, and he's not a defense attorney now.
Well, yes, I mean, it has his name on it. Now that we found out he's alive, it doesn't make sense for me to keep it. Well, if you ask me, I think Kazuma would be delighted to see you wearing it.
Well, I'd feel honored if that were true. Okay, that's all I had to show him. Oh, wait. Actually, one other thing. Professor, thank you very much for this letter of introduction.
You're welcome. Only too pleased to help if I can. The words Easterner and Westerner mean nothing, really. If you spend time to get to know people, it soon becomes apparent that we're all just humans at the end of the day, far more alike than most will admit. It would be wonderful if everybody saw it that way. Sadly, not everybody can. We all have our failings, though. As I said, we're all human.
See now why he's such a respected scholar. It's his magnanimous spirit. Okay, that's everything I wanted to show him. Father, do you know about the so-called Reaper of the Bailey?
I've heard rumors. Some members of the judiciary explained it all to me yesterday. Of course, when I was a visiting student here in London, the Reaper was yet to emerge.
Right, he didn't appear until after that case, when the visiting students had already returned home.
Lord Van Zieks, who was in the dock today, that was Baroque, the younger brother of Clint Van Zieks, I believe.
That's right, and he's known throughout London as the Reaper, as you've heard. But the truth is, it wasn't him behind all of those mysterious deaths, it was somebody else.
I see. So what you're saying is there's been a professional killer at work here?
Exactly. Somebody by the name of Asa Shin, in fact.
I beg your pardon? Did you say Asa Shin? You mean that Josiah Brett, the woman who was responsible for killing my great friend? That Josiah Brett woman was
Ugh, words.
You mean that Josiah Brett woman who was responsible for killing my great friend?
We need to find a way to get Iris out of the room real quick. Susie, spill your tea on her. Oh no, a friend of yours was killed? Professor Mikotoba, I think perhaps we shouldn't discuss this right now. Because the friend the professor is talking about is Dr. John H. Wilson. I'm sorry, but you really need to be honest with Iris. Like, this is not the way to break it to her, but we do absolutely need to be honest with her. And that's not something we want Iris to find out about. Not like this, anyway. I haven't seen Judge Shigoku for a while, have you?
Guilty.
That guilty is still ringing in my ears.
Now you mention it, I haven't seen him since this morning either.
He's dead, isn't he?
I suppose since the symposium's opening was postponed, he'll have to go to explore at the Great Exhibition.
Also, I keep meaning to say this, but conversation keeps going, and then I suddenly remember it in the middle of conversation. This could explain why the Reaper hasn't gotten the last few victims, the last few people involved since Japan. Huh. Because we know how the guy from the last case died. But Asogi and Gina and Hairbrain all survived, and it might just be that the organization has lost a core member and hasn't managed to replace her yet. That reminds me of something you mentioned yesterday. About Judge Jigoku having once been in the dock himself?
Ah, yes, it was all tied up with that accursed trial.
The closed trial of Kazuma's father. Seishiro was trying to mitigate Genshin's guilt, so he took the stand to testify. But he got a little carried away and actually managed to break the witness stand. Oh my. He also said contemptuous words about the British Empire, for which he was charged. I would have thought he would have been charged for breaking the witness stand. Oh dear, although it's worryingly easy to imagine him doing that. Well, it was alright in the end. He was acquitted and we returned home to Japan together. Thank goodness. Ah yes, talking of Seishiro. I have a copy of the photograph we all took together yesterday. Please. Oh, what a lovely picture. Oh, Ryu is always so nervous. Somehow this is going to get added to the court record and be fully necessary for this. Are we going to, like, find out that he's actually Kazuma's father or something? That they switched places somehow and that he's actually the professor? Certainly seems to shout we've arrived in Britain. Photograph taken in the foyer of the Great Waterloo Hotel on the morning of Professor Mikotoba and Judge Shikoku's arrival in London for the symposium.
None of us had any idea what was coming when we took that, did we?
No, that's so true. I mean, it had all... Gregson was already dead by the time we took that photo, let's be real here. Jeez, my neck is bugging me. So you mentioned a favor that you'd like to ask me?
Oh, this fateful trial that you're fighting. One way or another, it will be over before long. And when it is, I'd like you to accompany me back to Japan.
You want me to do... what? Father, what's the meaning of this?
Now, Susato, you should understand.
What we're showing you. Let's bring the little guy out. There he is. Behold him, just a silly little guy. Tis indeed a cutie, bee.
Now, Susato, you should understand. You've seen how our courts work firsthand. Japan's judicial system is in its infancy, especially when it comes to defense.
Oh, you mean...
The Supreme Court of Judicature is in desperate need of a good defense lawyer. As soon as possible. Really quite urgently, in fact.
But I've not even been in London a year yet.
I've read all of Susato's reports. I'm well aware of your extraordinary talents. And having seen you in action with my own eyes earlier today, there's no question. You, Naruhodo, are precisely the man our country needs.
So, you'd be leaving then, Runo? Then what am I supposed to do, Father?
You came here to serve as Asogi's judicial assistant.
Oh yes, she's supposed to be Kazuma's assistant.
Our government is still in the process of deciding how to best deal with his situation, though. You've always chosen your own path, Susato. And I trust your judgment in this matter also.
Father?
Please, the pair of you, don't look so downcast. It's merely a suggestion, you understand. A hope, if I'm honest, but I won't force you. All I ask is that you consider it and come to a decision by the time this trial concludes.
Yes. Alright. You won't leave, will you, Runo? Thought hadn't even crossed my mind. Until now, I've just been trying to do what I believe to be Kazuma's will. But it turns out that he's still alive, so... where does that leave me? I was gonna save after that conversation anyway, but I'm starting to wonder even more whose last bow we're talking about here. Are we going to play through the last case as Kazuma? Is the last case going to be in Japan? What's the deal? Are we going to agree to go and then one more case pops up before we get before our tickets out of here come through? Ah, I've just remembered something. Biscuits. This hotel has the most delicious looking biscuits.
That was rather out of the blue.
She's doing this deliberately. I think I'll go and see if I can purchase some. I wonder, would you like to come too, Iris? Oh, yes. You just try to leave me behind.
So that young girl is called Iris Wilson, is she?
Yes, that's right.
She's the author of all those adventure stories starring the great Detective Sholmes. And the name of the credited author isn't Iris, is it? It's Dr. John H. Wilson.
Yes, I know. That's the name of her father, you see.
Her father? Dr. John H. Wilson. I was deeply indebted to the man for all the kindness he showed me during my times in London. That's why I was keen to reciprocate and invite him to the Imperial Yamei University 4 years ago.
He was murdered last year by Josiah Brett, aka Assassin. Why? Why would the hand of the Reaper stretch all the way to Japan? Iris knows nothing about that case, but it seems very likely that the victim, Dr. Wilson, was her father.
Well, I can't say that we ever spoke about his family, so I don't know if he had a daughter or not.
How did you never speak about his family? You referred to him multiple times as a dear friend. He was spending all of his time away from his home country, and you never asked him about his family? Come on. I'm terrible at conversation, and even I would have learned that much.
But I think I can say with some certainty that he was never the great detective's partner.
So it could have been another Dr. Wilson, you think?
Well, John and Wilson are both common names, after all. Still, it's probably best not to mention this to the young lady until we can be sure.
That's what we thought, yes. We're back with cinnamon biscuits. Oh, that sounds good. I think cinnamon will go very well with the tea they serve here, don't you, Susie? Yes, I'm sure you're right, Iris.
Well, if you'll excuse me now.
So just to be sure what he said. I can say with some certainty that he was never the great detective's partner.
I need to telegram the government ministers and the Japanese police with this information about Assassin.
Of course, Father. Thank you.
I look forward to next month's installment, Miss Wilson.
Oh, good, and please do come to Baker Street sometime, won't you? We'd love to entertain you.
I would be delighted. Best of luck for tomorrow, Naruhodo. And give my suggestion your full consideration, won't you?
Yes, I will. Going back home? You know, Kazuma-sama has always meant a great deal to my father. I'm sure he'd love the chance to meet with him and talk to him about all of this. Yes, no doubt. That's a shin. Of course, it's so obvious. How could I have neglected to consider the possibility before now? Oh, Mr. Shultons? Really, where have you been? Why, I joined you all for tea, of course. What an extraordinary question. I'm gonna cause irreparable damage to those desk buddies someday, because they're actually perched relatively close to the edge of the desk. While I try not to, I do occasionally manage to knock them over. And sometimes they fall fully off the desk, which is not good. I didn't notice you at all. No matter, no matter. Anyway, to more pressing concerns. Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, yes? I must dispatch a telegram to your country at once. It is a matter of much urgency. To Japan, you mean? Tell me, to whom can I entrust the task? Quickly, now. Who? Well... My father has just now left to send a telegram to the Imperial Police Bureau of Japan himself. I see. Well, he looks reliable enough for a bearded fellow. He doesn't have a beard. He has a mustache. I don't think what father sports could be considered a beard, Mr. Shultons. There's not a moment to lose. Kindly ask your trusty unshaven father to see this is sent. I will, but what is it? No questions at this time, if you please, Mr. Sato. All we can do is pray that for once, my deduction is awry. Doesn't that imply that your deductions are normally correct, Mr. Shultons? Which isn't exactly... Now then. You may be surprised to learn that I am a very busy man. I would be surprised to learn that, considering you are not technically employed. I certainly have no time to hide behind settees and eavesdrop on other people's conversations. So that's what joining us for tea meant. I leave the sending of this in your hands then, my dear fellows. Why wouldn't he just send it himself? Wait a minute, Mr. Shultons. He just sort of ran off, didn't he? At quite a pace. And left the unpaid bill for his tea behind, too. I must catch up with my father at the telegraph office at once. And I'll run and call us a cab straight away. And there was me thinking everyone would be clamoring to pay Mr. Shultons' bill. Sorry, I'm looking for any clues that might wind up being relevant. Is he slipping something into my back pocket, maybe? Because I can't see his other hand. It doesn't seem to be where it would be. Like, I suppose it could just be on my back, but still. Wow. I can't even examine, I just have to go somewhere. In some ways, this place seems to rather suit Lord Van Zieks. Oh dear, did I say that out loud? I'm just wondering. Okay, so she'll suddenly magically appear if I go back here. What about if I go back here? I mean, I guess she's just not technically lined up to talk to it there. November 2nd, room on Fresno Street. There are details of cases stretching back over 10 years on this notice board. Yes, a history of Lord Van Zeek's defeats in court. I don't think that's an appropriate description. Although, when you consider everything on the board, it's certainly true. But all these people had a background of dubious dealings. And in the end, of course, the board itself concealed the inspector's own death. Oh my, it really doesn't bear thinking about. Photograph of Mrs. Vigil. Realizing the identity of this lady was a very great clue to exposing Mr. Gossip's true identity. He obviously loves his wife very dearly, which is why he felt he couldn't tell her the truth. Transformation was incredible, wasn't it? Just from that big twisted lip? Yes, he went to extraordinary efforts to play the part of Hugh Boone convincingly. Although it didn't really seem like it was much of an effort to me. Now you say it, I have to agree. It's almost as if that was Mr. Vigil's true character. People really are very hard to fathom at times. Using a candle as a timer device. Very ingenious, I must say. Yes, the culprit had arranged it so that the firecracker would be set off at 5 o'clock and then left. So that a loud bang was heard precisely at the moment Lord Van Zeeks arrived, yes. If only he hadn't picked up that gun from the floor. Something you probably told yourself once upon a time, I imagine. I think that's actually something that he directly said at one time. Yes, I've learned that lesson by bitter experience. I would have turned and run a mile for sure. Which may not have done you any favors either. I'd never have imagined that this little figurine would turn out to be a watch winding key. I suppose it's a policeman, because the pocket watch was a gift from Scotland Yard. Turns out there was much more to Inspector Gregson than we ever realized. He was clearly a brilliant man. I mean, he invented bottomless fish and chips. It's the fish and chips that threw us off. I feel as though it ruined his image. I really don't think we should blame one of Britain's staple cuisines. But think about it. Imagine if it was Mr. Sholmes. How would you feel if instead of that old briar pipe that's always in his hand, Mr. Sholmes had a bag of chips? Rather disappointed, if I'm honest. Exactly. Wow, Naruhodo just defended his point soundly. Catches your eye as soon as you enter the room, doesn't it? It's such a bright color, it certainly makes an impression, yes? Can't possibly commit any crimes, can they? I mean, redheads stand out like a sore thumb. I'm afraid with our jet black Japanese hair, we stand out almost as much here in London. I suppose that's true. You mustn't think of committing any crimes, Mr. Naruhodo. Susie, I'm going to be honest. I don't think that was in his immediate considerations. It wasn't. This revolver, just who does it belong to? Well, we know it's of the type issued to members of the police force and judiciary. Gregson's own gun was found on his person. And of course, Lord Van Zieks has admitted to losing the firearm with which he was issued. Such absent-mindedness, not dissimilar to you, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm starting to think the cold, hard prosecutor and I could become friends after all. And I wish you every success. Well, that's kind of sweet. Alright, let's keep going. November 2nd, St. Sinner's Hospital, Ward 3. This is the ward where Mr. Vigil was brought, apparently. To be frank, I'm a little worried about seeing him again. So, why did they just reuse the hospital room from St. Bart's? Ah, the lawyer. Hello again. Are you feeling better now, Mr. Vigil? Yes, thank you. Somewhat better. I'm sorry to have caused you to... I mean, it was because of me. I hadn't exposed your secret and forced you to remember things you'd obviously tried to forget. The prosecutor was here until a few moments ago, too. You just missed him. Oh, Cosmos beat us to it? He said much the same as you. He was very apologetic. But the truth is, I brought all this upon myself. Please, don't think like that. Keeping it from Evie, my wife, all these years, I've carried such a sense of guilt. But that's not the worst of it. Over time, I obviously came to deceive myself as well. You mean about your dismissal? By the way, keep an eye on his eyes. Sometimes his pupils disappear. It's weird. Looking back now, I'm beginning to think that perhaps Inspector Gregson didn't stumble across me by accident at all. I mean, he compensated me so generously for acting as his stand-in. He was clearly concerned for my well-being and doing what he could to help. So perhaps Gregson knew exactly what had become of Mr. Vigil all along then. I'm sure this is just desserts for 10 years of lies and deception, but it wasn't me that helped the professor escape 10 years ago. It wasn't me. I swear it's true. Mr. Vigil, I'm sure you'd rather not dredge up even more from your past at this time, but if possible, could you tell us exactly what really happened? See? No pupils. I want to. I need to get all this off my chest. I just want someone to tell me what I should have done. This notice caught my eye before, actually. I suppose it's some sort of slogan for the ward? A cheerful welcome message, perhaps? Let's see. Pay with good cheer, leave with good cheer. Look at that, you were spot on, Miss Susato. It's full of cheer. I wonder how many discharged patients pay their medical bills with good cheer, though. Once I had to have a very painful injection when I fell ill with a cold. I felt awful already, so why did I have to suffer the sting of the injections as well as the bill? I yelled at the doctor. Oh dear, what terrible treatment. And I don't think she's talking about your treatment, Mr. Naruhodo. These must be the patient's treatment notes. Let's see. Tendency to jump from windows. Remember to place cushion at base of wall outside. I gotta be honest, that will do relatively little, depending on what story we're on. I hope this is a first floor ward, or at most second. Aren't we a story up from the ground here? Oh dear, poor Mr. Vigil. Can't help feeling that there's a better solution to the problem than a cushion, though. Finding something you'd lost isn't always a happy experience, it turns out. Pursuing the truth can be a very dark business sometimes, can't it? Yes, I'm afraid it can. There are all sorts of medicines in this cabinet, look. Not sure if it's safe leaving them in reach of everyone like this. Yes, you're right. I can imagine if you were peckish, you might try some of the pills. Well, at least there seems to be a little lock to secure the cabinet doors. I don't imagine that would stop you if you were hungry. I worry that you'd break the lock. Hunger doesn't turn me into a criminal, you know, Miss Susato. I wonder whose crutches those are. There are lots of bottles in that cabinet there, aren't there? In that little cabinet, aren't there? Do you think it's safe to keep them there? But if you were a patient here, I feel sure you'd take some medicine by mistake when you were half asleep. That is a worry, but at least the cabinet has a lock, even if it's only a flimsy-looking one. Oh, I've no doubt you'd managed to unlock that somehow while you were half asleep as well. There are limits to even to what I can do when I'm half asleep, you know, Miss Susato. Patient treatment notes. What do these say? I wonder. Endlessly obliging. Suppose that's referring to the patient in this bed. I don't think so, and until Mr. Vigil is a little more stable. It's probably just as well that he has a kindly person in the neighboring bed. The endlessly part is a little worrying, though, isn't it? I mean, what if Mr. Vigil suddenly declared that he'd like to take a trip out of the window? I don't think they understand how being suicidal works. You don't just leap at every window you come across. This endlessly obliging patient simply open it for him and say, "Be my guest"? Let's check with the doctor later. Oh look, a pair of crutches. Before we came to Britain, I hadn't realized they were used here as well. I mean, it's a fairly simple concept. It's the sort of thing that you come to pretty much across the world in some shape or other. I imagine they were imported into Japan from Great Britain in the first place. Oh, so no one in all of Japan broke a leg before their arrival? Anyway, the sight of these things doesn't bring back good memories for me. Oh dear, did you injure yourself once and need to use some? When I was little. I thought they looked fun, so I borrowed a pair to play with. Then I slipped and sprained my ankle. I see. They contain powerful magic, those wooden staffs, the power to heal and the power to harm. I think a certain cheeky little boy managed to cause the harm all by himself. By the way, I'm a lawyer. Mr. Vigil, would you mind casting your eyes over this? My head, it's throbbing. Oh no. It's too soon, Mr. Naruhodo. It's too much for him. It's too much for me seeing him swoon like that. I love how they just repurposed the animation from him in the witness stand, including resting his hand on a banister that isn't there. Maybe I should lay off the evidence for a while. Wait, but what if I show him his wife? Nope, okay. Inspector Gregson was obviously engaged in a special operation of some sort. He was investigating something that even Scotland Yard couldn't know about. Details of the Reaper's marks, yes. It was when he had to carry out those investigations that I would take his identification and impersonate him. You pretend to be the inspector and carry out investigations on his behalf? Oh, no, never. A common street peddler couldn't possibly carry out a proper police investigation. All I would do is go to the specified location and make a little hoo-ha. Just something to leave an impression, so everyone there would think a detective called Gregson was here. So that's what you were doing on the day prior to the incident? Yes, he asked me to make an appearance at the park on Lime Street for the Red-Headed League event. So as usual, I flashed the inspector's identification around and was very vocal about my presence. And then you were taken prisoner by those red-headed fraudsters. Yes. So would you always make a point of showing Gregson's identification and generally being loud? That's what the inspector asked me to do. That's one way of becoming a legendary detective, I suppose. Not a good one, though. And as you know, I suffered this bruising around my neck at their hands. But the following day, they kept their word and released me. Without returning the inspector's identification to you, however. We had arranged to meet in the Fresno Street room at 5 that day so I could report back to the inspector. So whoever killed him was trying to set this guy up as the culprit. Lord Van Zeeks wasn't even supposed to be there. It just got in the way. At the agreed time, that's when I heard the gunshot. It was at midnight on June 17th, 10 years ago. That was the time scheduled for the execution. But the professor's execution never actually took place, did it? Or rather, the execution itself must have been used to effect the plan of escape. I hardly dare to imagine what a chilling plan it was. Barclay was renowned for being the highest security prison in the country. Everything that went in or out of the place was searched multiple times. But there was one notable exception. Or rather, one notable loophole, something that was never questioned. I have a feeling I know what that loophole was now. The grave robbing. The coffins into which the bodies of the executed convicts were placed, correct? Yes. Once the coroner had confirmed the death of a condemned convict, the body was taken in its coffin for immediate burial at Lowgate Cemetery, just behind the prison. The chief warder first had to sign the necessary papers. And after that, no member of staff was permitted to touch the coffin containing the body again. When executions took place, only the executioner and the coroner were permitted inside the chamber. I would wait in the adjacent room for word that the condemned convict was dead. On that occasion, once I had that confirmation, I went into the mortuary to find a lone coffin as usual. The procedure that I would sign the paperwork, having checked the coffin, then nail it shut. But for some reason that day, the coffin was already nailed shut. Okay. So you were negligent of your duties. You obviously should have noticed something was wrong and insisted on it being opened. I didn't think anything of it at the time. I assumed that my deputy must have checked the coffin and nailed it shut before I arrived. So, you mean the coffin contained... Yes, I can only imagine that Asogi, having escaped his execution somehow, was alive inside the coffin. The coffin was then taken out through the main gates and deposited in Lowgate Cemetery. Presumably there wouldn't have been enough air inside to breathe for long. So in the early hours following the burial, somebody dug up the coffin again to set Genshin free. But in the end, he was fatally shot in the graveyard anyway. What on earth really happened in Lowgate Cemetery that night, I wonder? I'm afraid I really don't know. All I can say with certainty are two things. Asogi couldn't possibly have escaped that way without help from somebody working in the prison. And that somebody was not me. Obviously you knew the man then? The professor, I mean, Genshin Asogi. Yes, I remember him well, in fact. Would you mind telling us what you know? Well, having been condemned to death as he was, any contact I had with the man was short, obviously. After that trial, which was carried out behind closed doors, attended only by elite members of the judiciary, they called for his execution to be carried out at the earliest possible opportunity. The outcome of the trial was set from the beginning, wasn't it? It was a time of delicate diplomacy when Britain and Japan were in the process of signing an important treaty. That meant that this potentially destabilizing case had to be dealt with swiftly and discreetly. The man had less than a week in total. As I was the chief warder, I oversaw his short stay in the cells until his final hour. I remember being struck deeply by his noble character and incredible resilience. What do you mean exactly? He was a killer of many men, but he was always quiet and polite. He was a gentleman and a man of intellect. In fact, I couldn't bring myself to believe what he'd done, so I asked him one day. Those 5 members of the aristocracy whose lives were taken, were you really responsible?
I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life, yes.
Well, that is deliberately ambiguous. And the following day, the closed trial took place, and the verdict was no surprise. Guilty. That night, when he was brought back to his cell, I saw something unusual. Something unusual? What? The last will and testament of Genshin Asogi. I don't suppose you saved a copy for the court record, did you? As I said, it was on the night following his trial, after he'd been found guilty. I was doing the rounds of the cells, and when I looked into Asogi's, I noticed that he seemed to have a sheet of paper in his hand. His last will and testament, then, presumably. As soon as he noticed me, he hurriedly shoved it behind his back. But why did you find that so unusual? Isn't it normal for a man to to pen a will when he knows his death is nigh? Yes, that's true, but there were special conditions to Asogi's incarceration, you see. Sort of conditions. But even though he was held in a cell designed for condemned inmates, he was allowed to keep his personal effects with him, with one exception. Really? He was allowed his things? I assume he was not, in fact, allowed his sword. That is unusual, certainly. Of course, he'd been convicted of killing 5 members of the aristocracy, but at the same time, he was a guest in our country from the Empire of Japan. The powers that be were determined that his final days shouldn't be needlessly uncomfortable. And what was the exception you mentioned to the personal effects he was allowed? He would not be allowed to keep his sword, Susie. It's pretty straightforward here. Karma. That's the point. He wasn't permitted to have writing... Wait. He was allowed to keep his sword? Because that feels like a terrible idea. Specifically, no pens of paper. So, he was prevented from leaving any written record of what happened to him? Yes, that was the long and short of it. I've no idea where he obtained the paper. Any writing materials would have been confiscated from him upon his incarceration. As I said, he hid the paper behind his back and then he pleaded with me. What did you just hide behind your back? Please, please, turn a blind eye. This is my lifeline. But you know it's against the rules. You're the only person who's seen if you just agree to keep quiet. Alright then, but what's on that paper? The last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. How can a will be a weapon? So I decided to pretend I'd seen nothing, and I let him keep his will. But then later, it just seemed to vanish without trace. What? What do you mean it vanished? It would seem that isn't the end of the story of this mysterious will. I was the only person who saw Asogi's will, but somehow it disappeared. It was after Asogi's execution, which was actually an elaborate jailbreak. The warders gathered up Asogi's possessions that were in his cell. They were all to be sent back to his family home in Japan, you see. To poor Kazuma-sama. And you're saying that it wasn't anywhere to be found among his personal effects? The will, I mean. That's right, though I didn't search through them myself. But Governor Kaiden was livid. He was screaming, "It cannot have disappeared completely." That doesn't quite make sense though, does it? In what way? Well, Governor Kaiden wasn't supposed to know about it. Well, we'd understood that only Mr. Vigil was aware of the will's existence. In which case, how did the prison governor know to look for it? Oh, yes, you're right. I really don't know how he knew, but it certainly seemed as though he knew of the will's existence from the outset. Only he didn't refer to it as a will. What he said was, the Asogi Papers. The Asogi Papers? I really can't tell you anything of the subsequent events. Because, well, of what happened. Your dismissal, and the way you blocked it all from your memory. I'd forgotten all this until today. I don't suppose it's relevant to the case, though. Anyway, thank you very much for sharing it with us, Mr. Vigil. We're very grateful. I'm afraid there's really little more I can tell you. My wife Evie will be here shortly, so I do hope I don't appear rude, but... No, not at all. Thank you again. But what will become of you now? Maybe he'll get another job? Maybe he'll start being honest with his wife and family? We can only hope so. As far as I can tell, he hasn't committed any crimes. I don't know why in the 10 intervening years he never once bothered to look for work outside of that. Like, I get that the job market was bad when he was first let go, but couldn't he look for something else at some point in the intervening 10 years? Well, oh right, he did commit a crime. Well, impersonating a police officer is a criminal offense, of course. I imagine that once I'm fully recovered, I shall be arrested. I'm so sorry. Don't be, please. This was all my own doing. I always knew that this day would come. Well, I wish you well. Goodbye, Mr. Vigil. We are going to need you to testify in court. We are going to need you to testify in court tomorrow, because you are the last person we know of to see Gregson alive. Before you go, there's just one thing. Oh, yes? What is it? The Asogi papers. I'd be very grateful if you'd make no mention of the things I told you about them. Presumably for some good reason? You're gonna have to give me a reason. It's my understanding that their very existence is a closely guarded secret. If it became known that I'd remembered, well, it could be rather troublesome, I think. You could be killed, yes. Okay, that's a pretty good reason. Some sort of will that Genshin Asogi penned just before his death, which the man himself claimed was his last weapon. I wonder, perhaps it had something to do with his plan to escape? If there's anyone who might know more about a document that Kazuma's father left behind, it would presumably be Kazuma. Oh. It would be Mr. Vigil's governor. We know precisely where we must go, back to Barclay Prison. I just kind of have to click on him. Well, at least he seems to be on the mend. You know, his disguise as Mr. Gossip was really quite masterful, wasn't it? I can't remember anything about it except for the floppy lip. I imagine not even his wife would have recognized him. Perhaps, but did he really have to take it quite so far? Okay, give me one sec. I gotta go fill my juice back up. Should have gotten more juice when I went shopping on Saturday. Since I'm home this week, I've been going through it faster than usual. Alright, let's go. November 2nd. Barclay Prison, Governor's Office. As an aside, every time I see that spot on the back of his head, I'm reminded of the Scar item from Rotato, which gives a 20% boost to XP gain. It's a very useful item, so I'm very familiar with watching for it. Every time I see the back of his head, I'm like, oh, he's got a 20% XP boost going there. Oh, back again, are you? Yes, hello. I've heard all about your investigations. I've read the report just now. You found him, eh, Vigil? Yes, luckily. Well, anywho. Well, Addy doesn't work here no more, so your case is not to do with Barclay. I wouldn't like you to get the wrong idea about that. Of course, yes, Mr. Vigil stopped working here 10 years ago now, so... Yes, we've seen his dismissal notice, haven't we? He was given the chop. Aye, Kimmer, you can very well. So, how about a wee handcuff biscuit? Oh, they really are like little handcuffs, and as hard as irons, too. So, what's brought you down here today? The Asogi papers. Well, there's something else we'd like to ask you about, actually. Is that so? I believe there might have been a document that disappeared from Genshin Asogi's cell. I think it's been called the Asogi Papers or something. He's about to tell us to get out. Did I not say Gregson's death is not to do with things that might have happened at Barclay? Leave the past in the past, laddie. Let's not fool about with irrelevant details. His expression changed completely. It's fairly similar to what it was before, to be honest. Though his actions and what he's holding changed completely. We're clearly onto something here. Ten-year-old legacy. That murder's botched execution and that whole miserable escape. They were Barclay's darkest hour, eh? A shocking development. Because the convict had a collaborator on the prison staff, you mean? Aye, for shame. The coroner who confirmed the death of the man after his execution, Courtney Scythe, and my chief warder at the time, Vigil, who was in charge of the whole affair. Mr. Vigil says he didn't know anything about it. And Courtney Scythe got away with it. The rascal wouldn't say any otherwise, eh? More handcuffs. Oh, how could I say no? You can never have too much iron in your diet. Yes, you can, Iris. There's a thing called iron poisoning. It's very dangerous. When Mr. Vigil was handed his dismissal notice as a result of what had happened, he was so despairing he jumped out of your office window, didn't he? I didn't like to say, but that's just Vigil trying to get out of it. But you don't think he wouldn't have jumped from the shock of his crimes being exposed there? I do. You wouldn't have say otherwise, though, would you? Of course, I kinda shun all responsibility myself. I shouldn't have let him deceive me. Actually, there's barely anybody that kens what went on at the time now. With Gregson having been murdered and Dr. Scythe forbidden from having any visitors. No visitors? Someone obviously doesn't want her giving anything away. Well, we're not going home empty-handed. And I wouldn't dream of sending you back. It would not. Come here, take a handcuff or two. Oh, well, it would be rude to say no. We wouldn't want to become anemic. I suppose if there's anybody who might still ken about what happened back then, it'd be that lass from the forensic division, Mariah Gorey. Mariah Gorey? Aye, Scythe's daughter. She didna have no more, just the one. But the wee bairns followed their mam's footsteps. You didn't even see her without a scalpel in her hand. Ah. Yeah, we met her once. Mama, what is this? Where did she spring from? And did she just call the doctor Mama? Mama, what is this? Dr. Scythe's daughter, Mariah Gorey. We could do with talking to her. So, she's Dr. Scythe's daughter, but her surname is Gorey? Aye, there's some family history, I'm sure, but I don't ken the ins and outs of it. She grew up watching her mom work with the bodies of folk who died in strange circumstances, and decided to do the same with her own life. I cannot understand it myself. Perhaps she was driven by a deep respect for her mother. Perhaps, anyway, she was in charge of Gregson's autopsy, I believe. Right, and the coroner responsible for this incomplete report. Someone told me once that the wee lassie always loved her mam's stories about cutting up bodies. There's even a rumour that she used to listen to the funeral march as a lullaby. Well, then perhaps her mother might have told her about the autopsy from the case 10 years ago. I'd say there's a fighting chance at least. After all, it was a life-changing case for all of us. I really need to speak to Miss Gorey herself about this, I think. Well, thank you very much. I'm not happy about any part of this. It took years for Londoners to finally forget the whole professor business. Can you not give up on this, laddie? Stop asking pointless questions. I'm sorry, I don't like dredging up these painful memories for everyone. Can you not just stay away, no? Leave me alone and do not come back here, okay? How'd you come to ken about that, laddie? There's no many folk here, even in the prison, who've heard of those papers. Well, I can't tell him Mr. Vigil told me. I'm afraid our sources must remain confidential, sir. We've been led to believe the papers are actually a last will and testament, is that right? The professor's, or rather Genshin Asogi's. Aye, that's right. You're well informed, Jimmy. Oh, is that the end of the silent treatment? But then after the convict's execution, it mysteriously vanished from his cell, didn't it? Evers, no, you're off at the half-cock there. I think you didn't quite get your facts straight. It was there in the cell, exactly where it should have been. Oh, not what we heard elsewhere. Let me just have a wee hulk around here and... I'm sure I can find it. Aye, here you are. See? The last will and testament of Genshin Asogi, written with a calligraphy brush. Of course, I cannot read a word of those Japanese squiggles, but my mind it says he leaves all his worldly possessions to his son back in his own land. Yes, that's correct. That's the gist of it. So these are the Asogi papers? Aye, of course they are. Papers written by Asogi, no doubt about it. There's no mystery here, laddie. That's your lot. After all this drama, so that slicer of an execution. We sent the man's possessions back to his clan in Japan, and that was the end of it. I think we ought to make a record of this, Mr. Naruhodo, just in case. The Asogi papers have been entered into the court record. The last will and testament of Genshin Asogi that Mr. Vigil claims disappeared after the convict's execution. Apparently, Mr. Asogi described it as the only weapon I have left. One thing afore you go on your way, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, yes? Those papers are not to do with Gregson's death. I'd prefer it if you didn't make no mention of them outside this office, or rather, I wouldn't just prefer it, consider it an order from the highest levels of our government. I understand. I don't know if you can claim to give that order, but... Last will and testament of Genshin Asogi. I, Genshin Asogi, hereby request that upon my death, any and all material possessions and wealth belonging to me in London will be delivered to my son, Kazuma Asogi, in the Empire of Japan. It is with deep sadness that I accept my fate in this foreign land in the knowledge that I will never see my homeland or family again, but I regret nothing about my chosen path. Alright. One more stop. November 2nd, Prosecutor's Office. So, this is the office of Prosecutor Asogi now, is it? Kazuma-sama is doing so well for himself. I mean, this isn't really his office. This is still the Reaper's office, I'm pretty sure. Or Baroque's office, I mean. Van Zeek's. Even though he's always forced to kneel on the floor Japanese style in that dark corner. It's his habit to sit Seiza style whenever he's working. Kazuma. Thought it wouldn't be long before you paid me a visit, Ryunosuke. I was right about what I said, wasn't I? Sorry? But you have all the makings of a great defense lawyer. Well, I always believed that you'd fulfill your dream of advocating in the British courts. I just never imagined for one second that it would be as a prosecutor. Seeing you stand in a foreign courtroom so gallantly realizing your dream, Kazuma-sama, I'm truly happy for you. And I'm truly thankful to you, Judicial Assistant Mikotoba. Ryunosuke, I always thought it would be fun for you and I to shake up the British legal system a little together. This isn't quite how I envisaged it, but I suppose it's just another twist of fate. I've learned a lot of things during my time in London. about how Susato-san's father was himself a visiting student here once, along with Judge Jigoku, and about what happened with your father. And you'll have no difficulty understanding why I had no choice, why I had to find a way to get to Britain as a visiting student myself. I want to hear it from you, Kazuma. As you wish, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. But first, I'm gonna look around the office. Lord Van Zeek's fine collection of hallowed chalices and bottles, all neatly lined up. Yes, he's extremely particular about all that. He has a strict regime for everything, from the storage of the casks to the bottling of their contents. Gosh, he must be having a really tough time of it being his apprentice. Actually, no. Oh? He's so particular about it all, he refuses to let anybody else touch any of it. So it's been quite easy for me, in fact. Talk about weird. I mean, he let you pour. I was there in that last case. There's Lord Van Zeek's incredibly stylish desk. It's not my style, though. No, I noticed you've been working at the little table on the floor, kneeling down Seiza style. I thought it was some kind of punishment set up by Lord Van Zeek's when I first saw it. I find it the most comfortable way to work. I can't do it. After a couple of minutes of sitting with my legs folded under me, they start to go tingly. Don't exaggerate, Ryunosuke. We both know you can't even manage a minute. Look, it's not about the time, okay? It's about how you fill it. You know who the man in that portrait is? Why would I? What? But you're Lord Van Zeek's apprentice. Yes, apprentice, not friend. And during the time I was suffering from amnesia, I didn't even notice that picture. Oh, really? I mean, it's not the smallest picture. I wouldn't have the first idea what the man decorates his office with. It's a scale model of the crime scene, with crucial details like the picture frame missing. Like, he's even duplicated the picture frames that we can't even investigate. But he hasn't inserted the picture frame that's just on the desk there? Oh yes, I realized that. Does the prosecution office make a model of the scene for every single case? Apparently so. Sometimes it helps to visualize things better and notice things you hadn't spotted before. Actually, the miniature notice board is my work. Be honest, you enjoyed making that. Casks floor to ceiling, just like the last time we were here. Hollow barrels, I suppose. They're arranged according to vintage, flavor, and region. Every week they're all taken out and put back in order. What? Every week? Lord Van Zeek's can't seem to settle on the perfect way of arranging them, you see. Vintage, flavor, and region don't neatly coincide, that's the trouble. Gosh, being his apprentice must be a real challenge. Nope, he did all of that himself too. Actually, no. Oh? Considers the task too important to entrust to anybody else, so he does it entirely on his own. So he's a barrel of laughs here and in court, then. I see what you did there, Ryu. Ah, and the bats. Oh. You disturbed the bats, did you? Fitting companions of Lord Van Zeek's, wouldn't you say? Actually, I've seen things flying in Lord Strongheart's office too. Doves, I think. Perhaps you have to like birds to attain a rank in the judiciary here. Bats aren't birds, Kazuma. Although bats aren't birds, of course. Okay, so you are aware. In which case, your previous sentence was kind of stupid. How about a sparrow for you? What's that supposed to mean? Oh, nothing. Sorry, just thinking out loud. Kazuma, this is your armband. Actually, I think it's yours now. Sorry? You're the defense lawyer. You have a talent for it. I've always known that you would. And now you've chosen to take that path in life. As your friend, I couldn't be happier for you. Or more proud. Kazuma. So you keep hold of that. Besides, I'm a prosecutor now. That armband would have no meaning for me. Well, if you're sure. Thank you, my friend. I don't know if I'll show him anything else. I might show him the Asogi papers at some point in this process, but... It's getting on for a year now since what happened on the SS Beria. We were heading across the oceans from Japan to Great Britain. And a bizarre series of coincidences, that's a typo, led to those tragic events. I thought I'd lost my best friend forever. I must have been unconscious for a long time. When I awoke, I was lying on the bed. It's a narrow little room. There was a posy of flowers by the pillow. Took me a little while to realize that I was in the cabin of a ship. Slipped out of the room and headed up onto the deck. Were you already suffering from amnesia at that point? Yes, I didn't know what had happened or where I was. There was just this voice in my head. Have something to do, something no one else can know about. Go to Great Britain, your task awaits you there. It was a calling that I couldn't ignore. It compelled me relentlessly. Out on deck, I saw that I was on a huge steamship and that we were docked in a large port. It must have been Hong Kong. Yes, it must have been, presumably just before they were due to carry your body off the ship. I had no idea of the situation, but I did have a feeling that this was in some way my last chance. So I concealed myself among the disembarking passengers and went ashore. Then I disappeared into the crowded streets of that foreign port city, so I could plan my onward journey to Great Britain. Just under a year ago, with all my past memories lost to me, I was left behind in Hong Kong. Everything was foreign to me, the sights, the sounds, the smells. My head reeled. I was truly at a loss. I realized now that I'd escaped as a dead man with nothing but the clothes on my back. No money, of course. Oh, how terrifying for you. Luckily, though, I had 2 feathers in my cap. One being your knowledge of English, I suppose? That's right, and on the back of that, I was able to pick up some work as a deckhand on a cargo ship. Eventually, after calling at countless ports, I finally arrived at Dover. Must have been some 3 months ago now. Formidable tenacity of purpose showing itself again. I mean, the man had lost his memory and had literally nothing to his name. He still managed to make his way to London on the opposite side of the world. Of course, I had no idea why I had moved heaven and earth to get here at that point. So how did you end up becoming Lord Van Zeek's apprentice then? That can only be called an extraordinary stroke of luck, really. You see, I was stopped at the border because I had no papers. They took me straight to Scotland Yard, and by sheer coincidence, Lord Strongheart was there to attend a meeting. That's when the second feather in my cap came into play. Would that have been your knowledge of the law? Yes, exactly. Lord Strongheart was curious about an Easterner with intimate knowledge of British law. He took me back with him to the Supreme Court and assigned me to the prosecutor's office. And then, 9 days ago, finally got your memory back after the trial involving Drebber. Yes, I did. Ever since I first met you at UMay, you talked about your dream. Mark my words, Ryunosuke, I'll be chosen as a visiting student and make my way to Great Britain someday. Did you know the entire time about what had happened to your father here? "16 years ago, when my father left on that exciting great trip to Great Britain, I was just a boy. I gotta check something real quick. He's 24, isn't it? So he would have been 8 at the time. We took a photograph together the day before his departure. It's my last memory of him. But what I remember most about my father is his unswerving sense of justice. 6 years after he left, a gentleman called at our family home and told me that Genshin, my father, had been taken ill in England and passed away. It was Professor Mikotoba, your father, Susato-san. He's not much of a father. He's, like, honestly really bad at it. He's kind of a deadbeat. Oh my. Ever since then, the professor was very good to me. He even helped to fund my university education at UMay. I'll be forever in his debt. But nevertheless, I just couldn't bring myself to believe what he'd told me. Oh? Then one day, a letter arrived at our house from Britain. There was no indication of the sender, so I opened it assuming it was from an old acquaintance of my father. What I read in that letter changed my entire life. What did it say? It said that my father had been a mass murderer, and the writer cursed the Asogi name. Oh, you got a letter from Lord Van Zeeks. Presumably he was drunk at the time. As a result of that letter, I found out what had been hidden from me for all those years. Letter from Britain. Presumably the letter was sent from a relative of one of the victims. Whoever it was had been a member of the judiciary. He could have been present at the closed trial. The letter revealed that my father had been sentenced to death, executed for being a killer. I'm so sorry you had to find out that way. I imagine the British government did its very best to silence whoever sent that letter, but someone who knew the truth and couldn't bear the resentment was always going to be a problem. But still, it could have been written by anyone. Why would you believe such a thing? There was a newspaper cutting included with the letter. It was the first I'd ever heard of the professor and his terrible killing spree. Well, what did my father have to say about the letter? I couldn't bring myself to show it to him. What? Why not? Because he deliberately concealed the truth from me by telling me my father was taken by a fatal illness. That couldn't have been easy for him, and he done it out of consideration for my feelings. So instead, I showed the letter to Judge Jigoku. To the other visiting student. He faltered for the briefest of moments, but then he just laughed the letter off. But in that moment, I saw it on his face. He was undeniably shocked, shaken momentarily before recovering his poise. A year later, my bereaved mother succumbed to the strain of grief, and she too passed away. That's when I made up my mind that one day, without fail, I would cross the seas to Britain and seek the truth for myself. The truth about my father, Genshin Asogi, and I wouldn't let anyone stand in my way. Oh, Kazuma-sama. What we learned today in court turned things completely on their head. It was an impressive piece of lawyering, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Lord Van Zieks isn't the Reaper, you know. I almost don't want to believe it myself, but it turns out that Inspector Gregson himself, the victim, was. It's clear that the Inspector was behind the Reaper's activity all along. What? You mean you knew? The real question is, who'd been giving orders to the Inspector? Yes, Baroque Van Zieks is the real Reaper. And I know that 10 years ago it was him who decided my father must be a mass murderer and sent him to his grave. No, he was merely seeing that justice was done as the law dictates. He's not to blame. Ultimately, it's people who condemn people. Law is just a tool that they use to do it. And when a man condemns another, he must take the responsibility for his actions. Of course he must. But I know for certain that my father would never have taken another man's life. Kazuma. On the contrary, my father's life was taken by the Reaper. Alright, one last thing that needs doing. Kazuma. Oh, really? Can I show him this? The Reaper. At last I get to take my revenge. Kazuma. Lord Van Zieks isn't responsible for your father's death, and he's not the Reaper. He's the defendant and deserving of a fair trial. You mean like the one my father had? It's a closed trial now, too. The conditions are exactly as they were 10 years ago. And even if it ruffles some feathers, I have a plan to show that man for what he really is. Kazuma? Like, clearly I have to present something to him, but I honestly don't know what. Kazuma. Okay, I have one more idea. This came up in the trial, didn't it? As something a little dubious, I mean. The fact that no time of death was recorded on Spectre Gregson's autopsy report. Yes, there were some unexpected turns in the courtroom earlier. The suggestion you came up with certainly took everyone by surprise. The idea that the victim died the previous day at some other location was quite something. While considering when the pocket watch had stopped, and the scorch marks on the candle, it's certainly a distinct possibility. The evidence and the scene both point to it. To be honest, it bothered me too. So I paid a visit to the autopsy room earlier. The coroner responsible wasn't there, but I got a name. It's Dr. Gory. I don't think she actually has her medical license, by the way. Considering she's like 10 years old or something. If it wouldn't trouble you, Kazuma-sama, we'd very much like to speak with the coroner too. Of course, the last thing I want is for anything to be brushed under the carpet. Scotland Yard's autopsy laboratory is behind Lowgate Cemetery. Lowgate Cemetery by Barclay Prison, you mean? You know it, do you? The prison where my father was incarcerated and robbed of his life. Kazuma-sama. Well, thank you. We'll pay a visit to the laboratory later today. Ryunosuke, I want to thank you. What for? For this. You safeguarded the soul of the Asogi clan. It's a famous sword that's been in your family for generations. The only slight regret is that I never got the chance to draw it before I returned to you. Karuma is said to have been forged by a master swordsmith during the Sengoku Warring States period. I come from a long lineage of warriors, many of whom were expert swordsmen. Well then, you're a chip off the old block, I'd say. This blade, Karuma, is the symbol of the Asogi clan's honor and might. Apparently, one of my father's apprentices even took the blade's name for a surname. Really? Karuma. It does sound formidable, that's for sure. 16 years ago, when my father was a visiting student here in London, he had this sword forever at his side. Which is why it means so much to me that I have it by my side again now, too. And that is all thanks to you. It was an honor. Can I have your other sword, though? Like, Ryu is gonna feel off balance if he keeps running around without a sword after so long. Now, I have preparations to make for tomorrow. Perhaps I said a little too much. Kazuma, you've changed. No, Ryunosuke, I haven't changed at all. It's you who's changed. No, I'm reasonably confident that you have in fact changed a little. Ryu has too, but... I can completely understand your resentment of Lord Van Zieks given what happened, but he drowned in the same resentment toward you and toward all of Japan, really, for the past 10 years. Do you really plan to follow his footsteps that closely? Fact is, those events in this case are, well, unrelated? Is that what you want to say? How can you be so sure? I'm not confident that they're unrelated, but they are different events, and you need to realize that. What do you mean? Never mind. That man is the Reaper, and it's for that reason that the Inspector was killed. I'm going to prove as much in court tomorrow, by whatever means necessary. I can't let you do that, Kazuma. I know you'll do what you have to as a lawyer, but I'm sure I don't need to tell you that I won't be taking any prisoners in the courtroom. Unless someone jumps over the banister from the gallery and, tries to commit a crime, in which case feel free to take a prisoner. Otherwise, the courtroom really isn't the place where you generally take prisoners. I would expect nothing less. Until tomorrow, then, in the Old Bailey. November 2nd, Forensics Laboratory. Well, she has redone the decorations in here. For sure. This place really is creepy, isn't it? Well, being a dead room, it's probably full of the spirits of the dissected. But actually, there's a rather pleasing scent of roses in the air. Well, being a dead room, the coroner probably needs a bold scent like that to mask the odor of death. So what we're seeing here is that Iris has a very strong stomach for all of this. Iris, do you think we could change the subject? Shink, 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 shink. What was that? Oh, there's her mask. Is she not wearing it right now, or does she just have two? Dr. Gory? What? What? That noise before. I was sharpening my tools. I'd be dead meat if I didn't keep a perfectly keen edge on them. Right. In following the collagen fibers in the dermis, and an expertly sharpened scalpel cuts like cheese. Would you like a demonstration? Only if it's on yourself. Oh, yes, please. I'd love to see. Then, I think you'll do nicely. What? No. No, I wouldn't do nicely at all. You see, I am alive. I mean, maybe some other... Ryu. No. Not some other time. Was that a tut? Well, we came here to ask questions, so... Well, look at this. What a magnificent display case. Cherrywood has been polished to a high sheen, and the intricate carving is a joy to behold. Western cabinet makers really are very skilled, aren't they? It's 10 people. Pardon? It's made from the bones of 10 different people all mixed together. You're lying. Some of my best work. I was admiring the case, actually. Scary skeleton inside is something I intend to ignore as best I can. You're strange. I wonder who is the strangest. Owl and crow? That looks like an owl and a crow up there. I know, and they haven't even twitched since we came in here. Well, no, they wouldn't have. They're taxidermy mounts, Mr. Naruhodo. I was afraid you were going to say that. I mean, it would have been far more concerning if perfectly stationary birds were just living in the corner of this office. You know, weirdly enough, this game does seem to want to tie birds and other flying creatures to people. And in that case, I would say the owl was Dr. Scythe and the crow is Dr. Gory. Also, is she in the court record now? She is. Oh, and we get a look at her face, too. Okay, she's 19 somehow. She carries out all the autopsy work on corpses. I still don't believe that she has her doctorate, or her MD. I've been trying very hard to tell myself they're just sleeping with their eyes open. Yes, I think perhaps you were wise to put something like your Daruma doll on display in the office instead. A table and a set of sharp tools. When you consider each in isolation, it all looks quite innocent apart from the blood stains and bandages. So why is it that when you put them side by side, they seem so horribly disturbing? Might be best not to ponder it too deeply. That's Mama's dissection table. It's too high for me, though. It is? If I fell from that height in my sleep, it would really hurt. What, you mean you sleep in here? Autopsy work is very involved. It's usually too late to think about going home when I'm finished. But I have bad dreams when I sleep here, and I always end up falling onto the floor. So I'd like to exchange that table for a lower one. Maybe you should just go home. Those large jars seem to have pale things floating around inside them. Suppose they're fruit liquors or something? Or like pickled umeboshi plums we make back home? Yes, let's assume there's something completely innocent like that. Ah, that jar you're looking at up there contains monkey brains. Oh my. The composition is similar to the human brain, so they make for interesting study material. And in the next jar along, we have monkey... No more monkey anythings, please. If you say so. Oh dear. The time when I still thought it was just some pickled umeboshi plums seems so long ago already. Look at all the bottles on the shelves in these cabinets. What an assortment of chemicals. These ones here are labeled highly toxic. That's worrying because there are also things that look like salt and pepper shakers in there. Oh yes, and they actually say salt and pepper on them. Always read the label first, apparently. The doctor probably spends a lot of time in this room, I suppose. Perhaps she has her meals in here too sometime. Life goes on, even when you're surrounded by death. This looks different to before. Of course, Mr. Naruhodo, Miss Gory is a young maiden. She has all sorts of charming little dolls and the like around her place of work. Look. Oh yes, you're right. Perhaps she's not so strange after all. So I'm assuming you have a bunch of dolls about your room then. I feel like that's what you're implying, Susie. They're how I practice. Sorry? Mama always says that operations and dissections require speed and accuracy. So I take out my needle and thread and stitch 3 new dolls every day. Ah, right. I used to make livers or kidneys or intestines, but Mama told me to make something more friendly instead. That's quite different to what I'd imagined. I mean, she inserted herself there. I'm a lawyer, by the way, in case you weren't aware. Can I ask your opinion about this? Don't forget, you're responsible for putting my mum in jail. Why should I help you? Okay, so she's finally starting to act normal. As for why you should help me, miss, it might be because you are claiming to be a coroner. We have actually met before. I'm a lawyer, if you remember. You're not dead yet. What? So Mama said I wasn't to cut you open. She's so strict about things like that. Well, good. Dr. Scythe has some scruples at least. Oh dear, it looks like she's not interested in talking to us, for the time being anyway. For the time being, you mean until we die? I hope that's a way off. Sorry, but I wasn't planning on dying anytime soon. Surely there's some less drastic way of making her listen. What if I just present the report? Dr. Gory, we actually came here to ask you about this. He was very good. Good? Sorry? His skin didn't snag my blade once, and very little mess. Oh my gosh, Iris absolutely shouldn't be in the room for this conversation. His joints dislocated easily, and his muscle tissue was a pleasure to work with. We can skip those details. But there's one thing about the report that's caught my attention. You don't seem to have recorded a time of death. That's not my fault. Oh, that made me jump. Then please, tell us what happened. Time of death swapped to time of death. So, why doesn't this autopsy report include the victim's time of death, then? It's really the most crucial detail. I was told not to write it. What? By whom? Mael Strongheart, the Lord Chief Justice, who came here. Lord Strongheart came... He said that from the witness statements about the gunshot and other evidence, it was obvious. The man clearly died at 5 p.m. on 1st November, when the gunshot was heard. That's not the time of death you wrote on the report. You didn't write anything. Was there some reason you didn't include it? Dr. Gory, if you're hiding something under Lord Strongheart's instructions, then sooner or later you're going to go the same way as your mother. Give it here, then. What's she scribbling so furiously? There! You've written... What's she written? Tell us. Indeterminate. Okay, it hasn't updated in the court record yet. But, according to the coroner, Dr. Gory, an accurate estimation of the time of death is not possible. What do you mean by that? Why was the time of death indeterminate? When the specimen was brought in, it was still fresh, so the time of death could easily have coincided with when the gunshot was heard. But there was one small discrepancy. What discrepancy? There was some fried fish in the pocket of the specimen's overcoat, and that fish had started to rot. What? If the victim liked fried fish, he presumably liked to eat it before it went off. Yes, what are you really trying to say? It's possible that someone tried to manipulate the apparent time of death. Manipulate that? Is that even possible to do? I assume by precisely preserving the body. Theoretically, if you were to chill the body in ice, you could delay the onset of putrefaction. And if the overcoat wasn't on the body at the time, then only the fish would have started to rot. With today's science, it's not yet possible to determine if the body was chilled or not. But today's science is advanced enough to let you freeze a corpse, it seems. But surely, to chill a corpse like that would require an enormous electrical refrigerator. And I don't imagine many households in London are equipped with such a device. No, definitely not. But maybe in a factory or some other special places? I don't recall seeing any factories or such like on Fresno Street, though. I wonder, if the inspector's body had been chilled somehow, what might the actual time of death have been? I couldn't say for sure. But at the most, it might have been a day earlier. No. In other words, it would corroborate your previous deduction, Mr. Naruhodo. That Inspector Gregson was killed the day before his body was discovered at a different location. Did you inform Lord Strongheart of this possibility? He simply said that there were no electrical refrigerators of that size in the vicinity. I want to go back and talk to Mr. Vigil. I feel like he's the most likely to have relevant information about anything in that area. But yes, one other thing. It's something the governor of Barclay Prison told us. He said that your mother, Dr. Scythe, was responsible for confirming the death of the professor after his execution. The professor. Apparently you always enjoyed listening to your mother's stories about her work, so we were wondering if you might know something about what happened 10 years ago. That's not all Mama did. Sorry? My Mama carried out the autopsy of Clint Van Zeeks as well. What? Really? The brother of Lord Van Zeeks, the professor's final victim. The idea of carrying out an autopsy on a member of the aristocracy was completely unthinkable back then. But the detective in charge of the investigation insisted, and it was miraculously authorized. That detective being Inspector Gregson, of course. Quite an accomplishment for one man. That autopsy provided the vital clue needed to arrest the killer. And Mama was there for that historic event. What does all this mean? You know, that amazing autopsy happened right here in this very room. The Professor and Clint Van Zeeks. They both spent their final moments before their burial on that dissection table there. So this lab, Mum's lab, was instrumental in some of the country's most important events. She really is proud of her mother. I wonder if you'd tell us more about exactly what happened back then, Dr. Gory. The Professor's execution was Mama's first big case. She had to be in attendance at Barclay Prison's execution chamber and sign the certificate to confirm the convict's death Mama is the best coroner in the world, you know. I was so proud of her. But the execution didn't actually take place. No, and worse still, Mama actually helped with the jailbreak. I didn't want to know. Oh dear, you found out recently, you mean? I believed in her, in Mama, but now I wonder if I'm starting down the same path as her. You mean because you omitted the time of death on this autopsy report? That's because Lord Strongheart forbade you from including it. Just like Mama. I'm sure she was coerced by somebody too. Yes, that's my feeling as well. There's no doubt that there were powerful forces at play 10 years ago. The execution couldn't have been staged without a lot of people at the prison knowing about it. Obviously, the prison governor must have been in on it as well. The big man with the little handcuffs, according to what he told us, he was tricked by the chief warder. He says he knew nothing about it. Of course he said that. I'd say the same thing. Just who was behind that jailbreak all those years ago? You mentioned the autopsy of Clint Van Zeeks. It was at a time when carrying out autopsies of murder victims was very unusual. It's still not a practice that's observed in our country even now. It turned out that he was the professor's final victim, and when the autopsy was performed, Mama was present, although only as the secondary assistant. The person leading the procedure was called Dr. John H. Wilson. That's right, my daddy. And there was one other person present, the primary assistant. He was a visiting student from the Far East. Dr. Eugene Mikotoba. Wait, a visiting student? It must have been my father, Eugene Mikotoba. So many daughters having to clean up their father's messes right now. What the heck? Why is it that Ryu is the only one whose ancestry isn't deeply involved in these events? I had no idea Professor Mikotoba had been involved in something so important. But the outcome of that historic autopsy was the discovery of a vital piece of evidence that led to the capture of the professor. What vital piece of evidence, though? So that's how they came to identify Genshin Asogi as the infamous mass murderer. Do you happen to know anything about that piece of evidence? Can you tell us any more? Would you like to see the records for yourself? Would that be alright? What's the point of keeping records if people can't look at them? They're filed under V at the back of those cupboards, within the other records from the last decade. With the other records from the last decade. Thank you. Let's see. Van Zeeks. That's strange. What, Mr. Naruhodo? They aren't here. There's nothing under Van Zeeks. There must be. Perhaps somebody took them away? No. No one's allowed to take documents related to the Professor case out of this room. You're right, they're gone. Well, when was the last time somebody looked at them, do you remember? It was... oh yes, I remember now. It was 2 years ago. That is a heck of an expression. Just... what in the world are her eyes doing? A consulting detective came one day saying he'd like to see the records. No, you don't mean... Herlock Sholmes was his name. Sholmes, you are now committing a crime, and I am not going to be your defense attorney. Deep down, I knew that was coming. Do you think he stole the records? Oh no, surely not. Iris, that can't be, right? Can it? Iris? Sholmes always had sticky fingers. Bruno? I hope you don't mind, but... What is it, Iris? I've just remembered something very important I have to do. I'm going to have to leave you now. Oh, this is very sudden, Iris. Well, we'll come with you then. Oh no, there's no need. You and Runo can take your time here. Bye for now then, good luck. Wait a minute, little girl. Me? I remember now. You've been here before, haven't you? Have you, Iris? Yes, 2 years ago when that detective came. You were with him, weren't you? You were a living specimen then, too. That's the way it usually works, yes? Was I? I really don't remember. Anyway, sorry, but I must dash. Wait, Iris. I'll brew up a pot for you when you get home. What's the matter with her? She's behaving really strangely all of a sudden. Well, in that case, we won't keep you any longer either. It's been quite a while since I had any visitors. This was really fun. But next time you come, I'd prefer it if you were ready for dissection. I can't make any promises, sorry. It's a bit strange that the records of Clint Van Zeek's autopsy have disappeared. But I think we've asked all we came to ask now. Let's have a closer look at this. And again, let's not. At least not while she's armed. I wonder if that was the reaction on everything. Hang on. Yes, it is. Alright. I think it's pretty obvious where we're about to go. Well, this is where I want to go anyway. So there's always a hint in this, which I actually kind of appreciate. It can be a little bit annoying in the Phoenix Wright games. Whenever she says, do you know, I don't believe we visited this place for some time, that means there's something new there. November 2nd, room on Fresno Street. Police are still busily investigating in here, then. But Gina's nowhere to be seen. Where is she? Yes, it has been blissfully quiet, hasn't it? Perhaps she's out investigating on her own, practicing what her boss taught her? Well, I expect she'll be back before too long. Shall we wait? Actually, there's something different about this room since the last time we were here, isn't there? We could always use the time to investigate more thoroughly. Were those scuff marks always on the floor? I assume they were, but I never noticed them previously. This little trunk wasn't here before, was it? Oh, it appears to be made of metal. Must be very heavy. Wait a sec. That's the trunk that the man who came in here was carrying? I thought it would be a thing big enough to hide Inspector Gregson's body in. Oh, it appears to be made of metal. It must be very heavy. I wonder to whom it belongs. There are some initials on the outside. Look. T.G. Tobias Gregson. Let's ask one of the policemen if they know how it came to be here. Oi, what do you think you're doing? That's my trunk, that is. Hands off. Gina. Where were you hiding? Where were you hiding? I don't know. You leave something unattended for a few seconds, and every Tom, Dick, and Harry's got his greedy eyes on it. Just a wild guess, Gina, but... Oh, spit it out, Otto. Is it fair to say that you've only owned that trunk since this morning's trial? What are you trying to say? Come on, this trunk goes everywhere with me. Always has. Where have you been the last year? Trying not to incur your wrath, mainly. Hey, look at this cool picture of us. What is that? Evidence? Work something out about what happened, have you? Oh, no, not exactly. I ain't been long enough in the job to get all this deducting business yet. But I swear I'm going to get the person what did this to the boss. I'm going to feel bad for doing this, but... Okay, so she's just not going to react to anything, is she? You should hear them talking at the yard now. They should be ashamed of themselves. They're saying that it was the boss who killed all them bludgers. You mean the whole Reaper thing? Yeah. Apparently the boss was investigating stuff that no one else at the yard knew nothing about. Stuff to do with all of them criminals what got off scot-free. Yes, the ones prosecuted by Lord Van Zieks, who used bribery and corruption to evade conviction. Well then, obviously it was that bloomin' Reaper giving the orders, wasn't it? But why would people be suspecting Inspector Gregson of being involved in the killings? There was a notebook hidden in his office. Oh no, this doesn't sound good. It had details about all the crimes that have been pegged as the Reaper's work. What? Yeah. Did you see it, Gina? Did you see that notebook? They wouldn't flemmin' let me, 'cause I'm just an apprentice, apparently. But it was me who found it, and he was my boss. That's right. I was pretty miffed about it, so I sneaked a peek at what it said anyway. I'm surprised you didn't lift the entire thing, to be honest. Oh, that's Argina. So, you managed to see what was written in Gregson's secret notebook anyway, did you? Well, I see it. It's my right to read what he wrote. And what had he written, Gina? Dates, times, places, names, an old long list of them. All details about the bludgeons supposed to have been done in by the Reaper. But... okay, so we are going to be getting intermittent fireworks from this point out, apparently. Perhaps it was a record of the Inspector's investigations into the Reaper's activities. Oh, but there could be an explanation for that. Perhaps it was a record of the Inspector's investigations into the Reaper's activities. Exactly, that's what I said. That's the first thing you'd think, right? As it happens, it was so full of names I recognized anyway. The Reaper's targets were almost exclusively known leaders of London's criminal underworld. Yeah, but there was one name right at the end that was a bit odd. At the end of that list? At the end of the list, you mean? I'm pretty sure the date against it was 31st October. Oh, the day before the Inspector was found dead. So, what was the odd name? It weren't like a name I've ever seen before. It was something like... no, it's no good. I can't remember it. I don't think it was an English name, put it that way. Okay, so Judge Jigoku is dead. Oh dear, what a pity. There was something else too. I don't know if it matters, but the same name kept coming up over and over. Shin, it was. Don't suppose it means anything, but... yep. Asa Shin. Do we have her in our court record? Nope. Everyone's gotta say their dots real quick. See? That is 3 dots in a row. Susato, Ryu, and Gina all had to take a second to say their dots. What does it? It does mean something? Lord Van Zieks knew the name too. He mentioned her as well. The woman who actually did the deeds. And now we find out her name appeared in Gregson's secret notebook. We haven't seen you for a little while, have we, Gina? Well, of course not. I've been busy, ain't I? Investigating and all of that. The lads at the yard are trying to trace the boss's movements the day before it happened. The day before? That would be the undercover investigation into the Red-Headed League, then. Only the boss didn't go, did he? You found some covey what was pretending to be him, did you? Didn't you, Odo? Yes, it was Mr. Vigil who actually went to the park on Lime Street that day posing as Gregson. Well, anyway, you ain't the only one turning stuff up. I've got my own ways of getting results. Hey, Toby! When me and my partner here get together, there's nothing we can't track down. Oh, little Toby! He's such a faithful friend. So, have you tracked anything down, then? What you think, eh? Of course we have. Can't tell you, though. Police business, innit? Anyway, the point is, if you lot ever need any help, you know who to turn to, right? Me and the Hellhound here. Right, because he looks oh so hellish, honest. He's such a good puppy. The Hellhound. Gina, about your Hellhound there. Chief Inspector Toby, you mean? He's the pride of the force, he is. In Japanese, police dog means something quite different, and not altogether nice to those involved in crime. But here in Britain, it's a wonderful compliment, it seems, for a canine at least. It should be, after all. In the Great Exhibition case the other day, it was Toby here who managed to locate Drebber's workshop. Maybe it's time for another demonstration of what this super dog can do, eh? You have something the Chief Inspector could catch the scent of, I wonder? Huh. Oh, this is a weird question. I'm tempted to try the Asogi papers. And the fire... Oh! The revolver. Presumably the revolver would have the prints of whoever owns it? Or the scent of whoever owns it? Well, Chief Inspector Toby, if you wouldn't mind having a sniff of this. Chief Inspector said woof to that, Odo. Yes, I heard. I think perhaps that particular item didn't excite him very much. Ain't you got nothing else? I'll have a think.
Take that!
I'll drop a save here real quick before entering the conversation. I honestly don't know if I have anything then. If I show him the firecrackers, he might find something around here that has firecracker residue on it other than the candle.
Take that!
Chief Inspector Toby, if you wouldn't mind having a sniff of this. I'm just testing a few things. Because I don't know if we've got whatever we need to show him.
Take that!
Oh. Hang on. I'm gonna load the save. I want to actually read that. Apparently, that had a reaction of some kind, at least. Hang on, so... Oh! There was a hint there that I just didn't notice. Oh, that's because... It's because the dialogue changed. There was a hint there, but only the second time through.
Take that!
I love Toby so much. He might be a little too keen, don't you think? Chief Inspector made short work of Gina there. Oh, look what he's gone to. Oh my, that trunk clearly still has a very strong scent of Inspector Gregson. In other words, it must have belonged to him. Oh, alright. It's a fair cop, I suppose. And you nearly got away with it, too. You always talk so proudly of Chief Inspector Toby's nose and what it can achieve. Did it not cross your mind that he might identify something that was right next to us? Yeah, that was a bit of blummer, wasn't it? Enough now then, Gina. Eh? I think it's time you told us the truth about that trunk. Wait, I gotta wait until Ryu gets knocked unconscious. Okay, we're gonna drop a save real quick. Well, actually, we're going back to the title just to be sure I know what's going on here. Ugh. I saved as I did so, but just want to double check the special contents, because we are coming up on a moment that we need to pay attention to. After Ryu regains consciousness. So, it should be pretty obvious when he gets knocked out. It won't like that. It just won't. What are you talking about? Oh no, it's going through that head of yours, but that ain't what happened. Alright then, what did happen? Well, like I said before, we were trying to trace the boss's movements. So I let Toby have a whiff of the boss's overcoat. And as soon as I'd done that, he went off like a shot. Straight to that sandwich. To a sandwich? Not to a bag of chips? Mr. Naruhodo, I believe Gina means the witness. Oh, I forgot about that sandwich. Yeah, he had it in between them wooden boards of his, the boss's trunk. I mean, when they heard the sound like a gunshot and all piled in here. Exactly, he nabbed it from the scene. Goodness. Me and the Chief Inspector gave that sandwich a good grilling, and you know what he said? I thought it meant that's a good price, and the chap wouldn't be needing it anymore, so... But that's all I did. Nothing more, nothing less. Would you, Adam and Eve, the cheek of it, eh? Stealing the dead boss's stuff to flog? So Miss Venus wasn't the only one to meddle with the scene of the crime, then. How could they? So anyway, that's how it happened. And it's a pretty decent trunk, so I figured I might as well make use of it. Is there something wrong with that, eh? Well... maybe you and Mr. Sandwich should try to find the answer to that question together. I think perhaps that trunk should be turned over to the police, don't you? What are you on about? I am the police. Gina, if you wouldn't mind, wouldn't you maybe examine it? Yeah, alright then. Do what you want with it? Thank you. We shall make a detailed record of our examination of the evidence. Inspector Gregson's metal traveling trunk that was removed from the scene, but subsequently recovered by Gina. What's the matter with Toby? Why is he acting so aggressively towards me all of a sudden? Mr. Naruhodo, be careful, it must be the trunk! Oh no! The Hellhound! Toby, what are you doing? You're gonna lick his face off! Mr. Naruhodo, Mr. Naruhodo! Gina, quickly, hail a carriage! Okay, so now we need to make sure to talk to Gina. There's gotta be an opportunity for it. November 2nd, 4:57 p.m., Naruhodo's Legal Consultancy. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo, are you alright? Miss Susato? Ah, conscious again at last. A blessed relief, my dear fellow. After all, to drop dead after a moderate licking by a small terrier, most unseemly. This is... I imagine the reason she's acting this way is because this is reminding her of what happened to Kazuma. What is or isn't unseemly is irrelevant here, Mr. Sholmes. So glad there's no lasting damage. How are you feeling? Ryu, please, I'm begging you. Pretend you don't remember anything. It's so cruel, but it would be so funny. I'm fine, thank you. Did you bring me back here? What's this on my head? A bandage? Sadly, we had no ice, so that's a compress of sugar water. Sugar water? Don't worry, Mr. Naruhodo, it's a first aid treatment that my father taught me. Oh, thank you. So, let us take tea when you're feeling up to it. I'm gonna look that up, actually. Sugar water compress. I'm looking for something that actually seems scientific. Okay, National Institute of Health. Sugar in its pure form or incorporated into a paste containing an adhesive hydropolymer, gum, is a non-toxic treatment for a variety of wounds. Not only does it provide a suitable clean environment for angiogenesis to take place, but it will debride the wound surface and reduce odor. The presence of an adhesive hydropolymer seems to prevent hypergranulation, scarring, and contraction. Angiogenesis is the growth of blood vessels from the existing vasculature. So I guess it repairs it's when the blood vessels are trying to repair themselves and regrow. And debride. Remove damaged tissue or foreign objects from a wound. Hypergranulation. Known as overgranulation of flesh, is an abnormal tissue response that occurs during the wound healing process, characterized by excessive growth of granulation tissue above the surface level of the wound bed. Granulation tissue is essential for healing, fills the wound space with new blood vessels. When this is excessive, it can impede the healing. It can impede the healing process. But of course, no sugar in the patient's cup. The bump on my head is throbbing sweetly enough, don't worry. Whenever you feel ready, then. There she is. Oh, that one's sneaky. Gina, I'm really sorry. It's death, innit? If you asked me a year ago, the cops could go and hang for all I care. But we've got to have police, ain't we, to catch the bludgers. So us divers can go about our business in peace. Wait, sorry? I don't think I can have heard that properly. He said he was going to teach me everything I needed to know to be a detective. But all he got round to showing me is where the best flaming fish and chip shops are. Actually, that reminds me. Gregson said he was supposed to be going to Paris in the near future, didn't he? Is something wrong? Oh no, I'm sure I'm reading too much into things. It's just that the timing seems very coincidental. You know, the boss was acting a bit strange recently. Like he was always in a rush. Okay, we got the achievement. Alright. Alright, let's take a look at that trunk in the court record. Start with the obvious. You've seen this huge gash across the side of the trunk here? It's gone right through the leather and into the metal behind. Gosh, for a metal chest like this to have been so badly damaged, whatever made the gash must have struck the side of the trunk with considerable force. I wonder how it happened. How do people keep handling objects and not noticing the blood stains on them? Look at this dark stain here. Do you think... Yes, I'm afraid so. I think it's blood. I knew you were going to say that, so that presumably means that this was present at the scene when Inspector Gregson was killed. Or when the killers were spreading blood around in the... whatchamacallit. They're spreading blood around in the apartment. It's the most logical conclusion, yes. I think Jean has been carrying this around with her. If you didn't know any better, I suppose it does look like a grease stain from all the fish and chips. No, it really doesn't, Ryu. Alright, let's flip the switch. Have a look inside. Is the document really the only thing we can look at in there? Look, there's something inside. Oh, let's see. Appears to be a passport authorizing him to travel overseas. Is Inspector Gregson about to go on a trip abroad then? Well, he was about to be transferred to Paris. Perhaps the date of departure might tell us something. That was... Oh. What is it? It's for travel on October 31st, just one day before the incident. What? Really? I'm starting to develop worrying concerns that Professor Harebrain might be dead. Passport document that was issued in Inspector Gregson's possession. It was issued for travel to France the day before his body was discovered. Gregson went to France the day before his body was discovered? Tobias Gregson, passport number ACDO522, date of departure within 1 week from 31st October, destination Port of Dunkirk, France, purpose of travel, police business, notes, permission for the applicant, and one additional person to travel. What do you think of this, Susato? Okay, what about this? Okay, last question. What do you think about the picture we all took yesterday? I have no thoughts on the subject. Hi, Sholmes. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Sholmes. My dear fellow, think nothing of it. I must say I was quite startled when I heard that you'd been attacked by a dog. For a moment, I feared that infamous murderer of so many had come back from the dead. You mean the professor? Fortunately, I see our prized throat is unscathed. Yes, it's award-winning. That stiff, toned-up collar of yours obviously afforded you some welcome protection. Was I that close to death? All I really remember is the dog licking my face over and over and over and over again. I think I added an extra "and over." Well, if you wish to avoid such troubles in the future, a little mustard spread on your cheeks should do the trick. I should think that would balance the sweetness of your bandage rather splendidly. I really thought there was going to be something, you know, relevant in that conversation. Hey, Iris. What are you hiding around here?
Mit dem Schwarzbiergebot brodelt wie ein Feuerberg, den Schlund es mir verbrannt, ach Hopfen deine Wut. Herr mit dem
Did you kill the man?
ich befahl, hat wie ein Diamant.
What on earth is going on in here? Am I having a bad dream? Ah, no, it's an old German folk song. Rather a fine rendition, I think. That's the least of my concerns. Iris? Iris, what's the matter? Yes, your tea set is broken, but you opened the trunk, didn't you? Who is that sprawling, that relaxed gentleman over there? Iris, is she even listening? Excuse me, sir. I do apologize for troubling you whilst you're singing so merrily, but would you be kind enough to explain the situation? Well, that worked. A crooning gentleman and a mute young girl. A rather tantalizing juxtaposition. Okay, so we're about to have a deduction? Really? For this, we can't just walk around and turn off the obvious phonograph? Am I going to have to listen to this all the way through it? And one that appears to have incited the gods of destruction within me to find their voices, too. Oh, thank goodness. Ode. German for ode to anger. Ode and Diophilet. Okay, apparently it... apparently it was made for the game. Okay, quick bathroom break, and then I'll be right back and we will handle this deduction. You know, if it only added one viewer to the stream... Oh, later, Afghan. When I opened up Stream Manager, I would understand it, but why does it have two? Still struggling to understand this. Ah, Mr. Schultz, do you mean... Strains of reasoning within me are playing now as a delightful duet. One melody sings of a reunion full of nostalgia, whilst the other is a morose theme about the great secret you're so desperately trying to conceal, Iris. She's turned as white as a sheet. So as usual, you've instantly seen to the very heart of the matter completely incorrectly. And by the time my own brief performance is over, I feel sure this gentleman's song will reach its finale. So then, to Musicland, where all is sweetness and delicacy and harmony. Pray, do enjoy Sherlock Holmes' latest logic and reasoning spectacular. Great deduction. Topic 1, man's identity. First, we consider the gentleman's nationality. Clearly he's a German with no grasp of the English language, as evidenced by the Germanic song he sings and his apparent inability to understand when asked to desist. So, why is the man here at all, and in such apparently high spirits? The answer, of course, Iris, is clearly known to you. Indeed, we need only follow the gaze of those bright young eyes to unravel that particular part of this mystery. The reason for the man's irritating warbling is revealed by the herbal tea. You obviously offered our German guest a cup of your latest herbal blend. The tea's delectable flavor has made the man's spirits soar, and resulted in this joyful ditty tumbling incessantly from his lips. I eagerly await sampling the flavor myself, that I may join the fellow in his state of elation. Now, to the next question. Who exactly is this gentleman availing himself so thoroughly of the cité? As it happens, a number of years ago now, a certain gentleman of German origin engaged my services in solving a particularly delicate case. He required the retrieval of letters once sent to an acquaintance that might have proved problematic. In order to conceal his noble identity, he also arrived at my office in a mask. The gentleman's name was Wilhelm Gottschalk Sigismund von Ornstein, the King of Germany. If my memory serves, the mask worn by this gentleman is identical. Yes, there can be no question that mask belongs to the King of Germany. It would appear that His Majesty remembers the fine service I afforded, and has decided to show his face again, mask and all, in order to express his gratitude. A well-mannered monarch indeed. Wouldn't you agree, my dear fellow? So, the identity of this masked visitor is in fact my former client, the King of Germany. Indeed, his son is currently in London as well, enjoying the wonders of the Great Exhibition. Conclusion, the King of Germany. And the girl's silence. Which leaves us with one remaining imponderable. Yes, you, young Iris. She's just saying her dots, Sholmes. But your apparent inexplicable silence is unable to hide the truth. Yes, the reason for your muteness is concealed inside that knapsack. A £5 note, I believe, I must say, as your compatriot, I'm deeply saddened. It would appear that you've allowed yourself to be bribed into silence by His Royal Highness, earning yourself some spending money in exchange for keeping quiet about the King's secret. And now, the final piece of the puzzle. What is the secret you strive to hide with your silence, Iris? Ah yes, we need only follow that brief involuntary twitch of your eyes to find the answer. You were attempting to abscond with that coffee cup. My favorite coffee cup, in fact. Or should I say, the handle of my favorite coffee cup. It appears that His High-Spirited Highness broke it in the midst of his hijinks. Which leads us to the sad truth. My favorite coffee cup has been broken by the King of Germany, and Iris, you tried to conceal it from me. I shall have a bill sent via governmental channels to the German royal family for its replacement. To hide the coffee cup. Thus concedes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this painful puzzle.
Mit dem Schwarzbiergebot, Boden Wien, Feuerberg, den Schlund des
With your silence as well, the fellow's jovial warbling rather rings in the ears, does it not?
Herr mit dem Knacker, ich
Mr. Sholmes, I must say something does rather trouble me. Pray, Miss Susato, do tell. His Royal Highness doesn't appear to have moved a muscle since we arrived. And you haven't said a word either, Iris. If Mr. Sholmes has it all right, you might as well own up to it now. Has it right, you might as well own up to it now. Your reasoning isn't entirely without substance, I must admit. One other thing, Mr. Sholmes. Yet another grievance, Mr. Naruhodo? Surely not. Well, I actually read the story of that case recently, the one you were just describing. And according to that, at least, it wasn't the King of Germany, it was the King of Bohemia. Goodness, was it? Yes, that's quite true. Master Gotz, the prince, testified to that in court. In his words, I have come to see the great exhibition, all the way from my home in Bohemia. I would ask you to keep that minor error to yourselves. It could easily become quite a scandal. I believe, Mr. Naruhodo, that it's our turn now to make some corrections to a number of minor errors that may have slipped in. Yes, even Mr. Sholmes is willing to admit he might be slightly wide of the mark this time. Although it's clear that Iris is definitely hiding something. We need to find out the truth behind this mysterious scene. But one truth is incontrovertible. My favorite coffee cup is no more. So, shall we embark again? On a joint presentation of Herlock Sholmes' Logic and Reasoning Spectacular? hold it. Man's identity. Firstly, we consider the gentleman's nationality. Clearly, he's a German with no grasp of the English language, as evidenced by the Germanic song he sings and his apparent inability to understand when asked to desist. So, why is the man here at all and in such apparently high spirits? The answer, of course, Iris, is clearly known to you. Indeed, we need only follow the gaze of those bright young eyes to unravel that particular part of this mystery. The reason for the man's wildly irritating warbling is revealed by the herbal tea. So what, it's some mix of herbs that gives you the urge to sing? Goodness, I should like to try some. I'd like to hear your singing, but this man, just how long does he intend to keep up with that tune, do you suppose? As I said, he's been stock still the entire time, and if you look closely, his lips aren't moving either. Ah, so I'm not sure what's actually responsible for the spirited singing. But I suspect the answer lies at the end of Iris's gaze. Well, the cup's empty, that's for sure. Suppose this mysterious gentleman must have drunk the contents. Iris's special blends are quite delicious, I agree. They always make my heart sing. So I can understand wanting to vocalize those feelings, certainly. In fact, Mr. Naruhodo, you often erupt in boisterous laughter after drinking Iris's tea. I do? Maybe I should take some lighter laughter lessons from Susato-san in the near future. Know this mask. Oh, you're right. So does that mean... No, surely not. It couldn't be, could it? No, it's most definitely not him. Oh no, of course it's not, thank goodness. But then why is this gentleman now wearing it? I'm afraid once again I really have no idea. Wait, this is a gramophone, still rarely seen in our own country. Sound certainly appears to be coming from the horn. But machine singing, that can't be right. Science and technology are changing the world rapidly, Mr. Naruhodo. It's right is changing too. It's too much for my brain. Well, at least we found our answer. I love how they just fully say, yes, this is the answer. The reason for the man's mildly irritating warbling is revealed by the gramophone. I love that little mouse on his shoulder. It's even got a little sword. Indeed, for no well-bred gentleman would break into an obscure folk song when making a social call. In other words, this gentleman isn't singing at all. In fact, it would appear that the fellow is unconscious. The music seems to have stopped now. I ask you, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes? Why would I have purchased a recording of that gibberish? How should I know? Well, never mind, on with the deduction. Who exactly is this gentleman availing himself so thoroughly of the cité? Also, I can actually answer your prior question, Sholmes. It's because you are terrible with managing your money. As it happens, a number of years ago now, a certain gentleman of German origin engaged my services in solving a particularly delicate case. He required the retrieval of letters once sent to an acquaintance that might have proved problematic. In order to conceal his noble identity, he also arrived at my office in a mask. The gentleman's name was that. The King of Germany. And if memory serves, the mask worn by this gentleman is identical. Yes, there can be no question that mask belongs to the King of Germany. Although we've already established that it was actually the King of Bohemia, it seems Mr. Scholz intends to persist with his Germany theory for some reason. Come to think of it, the young prince was wearing a mask as well, wasn't he? Master Gotz, the boy whom you had in tears? Don't remind me, or anyone else. Do you suppose all members of the aristocracy of mainland Europe wear masks? I'm sure they do. Well, probably anyway. Point is, that mask doesn't belong to any king. Oh, that's right, as we know. Well, no, because we can identify the true owner of this mask. Oh, we have to skip to that part? Wait, where is he? Why am I missing him? There he is.
Take that!
Yes, there can be no question that mask belongs to Kazuma Asogi. In other words, my memory is sublimely unreliable. Only you could try to make that sound positive. Kazuma's mask has been languishing on this metal chest for several days. That doesn't explain why the gentleman is wearing it now. But it is now a simple matter to determine our guest's true identity. After all, the gentleman is unconscious. We need only excuse ourselves in advance, gently lift the mask, and peer beneath it. Hi, Professor Mikotoba. I hope you're still breathing. Like, you're a deadbeat dad, but I don't want you dead. You don't need to be a deadbeat. I don't believe it. Ah! Father? I'm afraid, Miss Susato, you must be mistaken. No, I think not, Mr. Scholz. And it would appear our logic and reasoning has once again revealed the truth. This mysterious visitor is my unconscious father, Eugene Mikotoba. Logic and reasoning, or just looking and saying? He really feels stressed about this, which is understandable. Which leaves us with one remaining imponderable. Yes, you, young Iris. But your apparently inexplicable silence is unable to hide the truth. Yes, the reason for your muteness is concealed inside that knapsack. So that's a £5 note poking out from Iris's knapsack, is it? Oh dear, I can't be sure. Most money that we encounter is in coin form. I know, I'm not even sure if we've seen any banknotes here in Britain at all, have we? But anyway, Father would never have paid money for Iris's silence. Certainly seems like the silent type himself, though, judging by his present state. Must be some other reason for Iris's silence, I suppose. Perhaps what Iris is trying so hard not to give away with her eyes is something entirely different. I want to look at the knapsack. Now I think about it, Iris always wears that little bag on her back, doesn't she? Yes, that's right, though it's easy to forget about it because you can't see it from the front. There are 2 little felt dots attached to it as well. Are there? I had no idea. I don't remember ever seeing them before now. Is it possible there's always a 5-pound note poking out from her bag that I just haven't noticed before? I feel like that would have gotten into Gina's pocket soon enough. I couldn't say with absolute certainty, but I think it's unlikely. Oh, come on. Surely there's something else to hover the cursor over. This metal chest, it contains important documents, doesn't it? Yes, details of all the cases Mr. Sholmes has worked on over the years. Written up by Iris's father, if I remember correctly. Iris insists that the chest is kept locked at all times. She's never once shown me inside. Well, its contents are invaluable to her, I suppose, and entirely irreplaceable. But look at it now. The catch is unlocked for once. Ah, so it is. It's hard to ignore her. Very. I've never seen that chest unlocked before in all the time we've been staying here at Baker Street.
Take that!
Yes, the reason for your muteness is concealed inside that metal chest. Excellent observation, for upon closer inspection, there is something different about that chest's appearance. It's kept locked at all times, and yet now the catch is open. Evidently, this has something to do with your refusal to speak, Iris. But it's a simple enough matter to incite you to speak, I'm sure. I merely need open this chest. Here we go. No! Hurley, don't! Oh no. Mr. Sholmes! Hurley! That answers a lot of questions. He's dead. Never! Oh, Hurley, I told you not to open it. Ah, so you found your voice now, Iris? Huh? In other words, what just happened clearly reveals the truth here. Yes, the real reason for your silence until now is... This is somewhat different to the usual dance of deduction you perform with Mr. Sholmes, isn't it? Well, he's left me alone on the ballroom floor, so I'm going to have to dance this next part solo. Anyway, I need to get to the bottom of this for my own peace of mind. Now then, Iris isn't usually the silent type, so... Meaning you don't actually know the answer yet, despite that knowing point of the finger before? Miss Susato. Sometimes a man needs to point his finger first and think later. Well, if you say so. I think we better examine Iris more closely and try to rescue the situation then. For some reason, this knapsack is really standing out as suspicious to me today. Oh, is it? It's quite sizable enough for a sizable secret, that's what I'd say. Perhaps it is, but we certainly can't open it up to look inside without Iris's permission. No, you're right. Who knows what might pop out and punch us? Really? We can't examine this? How can we not examine this? Wow, this entire room is actually modeled, sort of. I won't say that it's like super detailed, but they definitely skimped on the polygons here and there. But the fact that it is... Oh. I didn't even notice the key in her hands. That's a key she's holding, look. I'm sure that wasn't in her hands before, was it? No, you're quite right. It's appeared as if by magic. That's strange, a big old iron key? Where did it materialize from? Oh, we're gonna talk about her skirt now? Iris always dresses in these frilly clothes, doesn't she? I always thought this skirt is rather delightful. It's pretty sizable with all those thrills, sizable enough for a sizable secret. I seem to be rather fond of that idea. But you certainly can't go investigating further. No, that is perfectly reasonable. Does it look like that's what I was thinking? Not even her goggles?
Take that!
Yes, the real reason for your silence until now is that key behind your back. When Mr. Sholmes was thrown into the air before, just before you called out to try to stop him, you slipped something out of your mouth. That something is the key now in your hands. No doubt the key to the closet. She tried to swallow no doubt the key to the chest. She tried to hide the key in her mouth. You're so clever, Runo. So now it becomes clear. Thanks to Mr. Sholmes' graphic demonstration, we can well imagine what happened here. But Professor Mikotoba also opened that metal chest only to be punched into the air and land sprawled on the settee. But wait, that doesn't explain all the facts. What about the stylish scarf and the cup of tea? And above all, why would he be wearing Kazuma-sama's mask? So the stylish scarf was spread across that chest. The mask was also on top of it, and I'm assuming Iris put the cup in his hands for dramatic effect. Well, for those curious details, I can think of only one explanation. Clearly, an unbelievable miracle took place in this room. Isn't that right, Iris? Consider how the room was arranged before this whole painful experience took place. When Professor Mikotoba opened the chest, completely unaware of what awaited him inside, the mask was flung into the air just as he was, only to land neatly on his face when it fell back down. The teacup's journey through the air ended when it caught on the unconscious professor's finger. You mean to say that the stylish scarf is actually just a tablecloth? This great detective's office, after all, this is the great detective's office, after all, a place of miraculous deductions. Would you expect anything less? Okay, I actually really want that as a screenshot just for my own use. I appreciate having one of that with Ryu and Susie rather than Ryu and Sholmes. Yes, you're right. It happened exactly as you said. Brilliant, Runo. Thus concludes Ryunosuke Naruhodo's great deduction of this punchy puzzle. So then, why don't I make a fresh pot of tea for us all?
Objection!
Hey, that's my line. An admirable performance, Mr. Naruhodo. But in the final act of the show there, you rather missed everything of importance. Mr. Sholmes, if you would cast your mind back to my earlier deduction. Iris, clearly you're hiding a great secret. She is? From the look on her face. Mr. Sholmes must be right. Whatever the great secret is, the cat isn't out of the bag yet. So I put it to you again. You were attempting to abscond with that coffee cup. No. Really is a shame about Mr. Sholmes' cup. Must have been smashed when Professor Mikotoba opened that chest. But here, so many things seem to have been broken here. But now that the deduction has taken a different direction, Iris doesn't seem to be trying to hide the broken cup anymore. In other words, her great secret is something else. Let's put our observational skills to work here to find out. I really do think it's the knapsack this time. Let's look at the coffee cup first. Mr. Sholmes' favorite cup. What's left of it? Just the handle. It's obviously hurled into the air along with Professor Mikotoba. Only it had been this cup that had caught on his finger before it hit the floor. Yes, but anyway, whatever Iris is trying to hide, it's clearly not this handle. Surely this time at last the knapsack is going to be the answer. I'm really not so sure why you're so intent on showing Iris's bag to be complicit in these events. Because it's a sizable bag, big enough to carry things around, Mr. Naruhodo. That's what bags are for. So, the knapsack might never see the limelight, you mean? I really wouldn't like to say. Oh, I didn't mean to click on the knapsack. I think it's the knapsack. Like, there doesn't seem to be anything else that we can even highlight.
Take that!
Nope. Iris was attempting to... Oh, wait, I need to look under the tray, don't I? Attempting to sneak away with something else, then she must be hiding it somewhere. As far as I can tell, there's really nowhere else she could conceal anything but in that bag. Perhaps you'll allow me to offer an opinion here. As far as I can tell, much like that bag, your deduction doesn't hold water, my dear fellow. I never said she was trying to conceal water. I wasn't suggesting she was trying to make off the bag full of water. Indeed, that would be madness. Alright, I see it. I didn't actually see it when it... I didn't actually see the thing below the tray until just now. I figured that out without seeing it. We were very nearly taken in completely by Iris then, weren't we? It's rather charming to think that you could be deceived by a 10-year-old girl, I think. I don't think it was only me. No, you're right. I think what Iris is hiding must be extremely important somehow, don't you? Yes. So close now. This great deduction is within our grasp, I'm sure. Ah, look, there. There seem to be more papers there. Is Iris trying to hide them underneath the tray? The insignia, Mr. Naruhodo. It's an official Scotland Yard document. What? But why would Iris have... I must ask her. Official Scotland Yard document.
Take that!
You were attempting to abscond with that case file. Iris, as you know very well, nothing escapes the attention of a great detective. Oh no. We visited Scotland Yard's autopsy laboratory earlier today, and Dr. Gorey informed us that the autopsy report of Clint Van Zieks had gone missing. Clint Van Zieks? Yes, I do seem to recall that some years ago I asked to see the report in question. You were with me, weren't you, Iris? You mean it was you, Iris? So those papers you have in there are... I'm sorry. Forgive me. Sadness. To hide the case file. Deduction complete. In truth, I would like to have thought I could have predicted the booby-trapped chest. But it caught me completely off guard. I was very nearly the late consulting Detective Sherlock Holmes. I'm sorry, Hurley. So you mean this autopsy report really is... Yes, I took it from the lab, even though I knew it was very important. Is there something in it that troubled you, Iris? Not exactly something that troubled me. Something I'd been looking for. When I saw this report, when I saw the writing in it, I knew it was Daddy's. The writing? Your father's writing? What do you really mean? Iris? Okay, so I have a suspicion. I think Professor Mikotoba or the Professor, Genshin Usogi, one of the two of them was actually Sholmes's assistant. Or Sholmes's, yeah, assistant. And they're the one that wrote the manuscript that she's been the manuscripts that she's been taking, or the reports that she's been taking her stories from. Which means the handwriting on that autopsy report is not what she's used to seeing in the things that she believes her father wrote. In fact, more likely than not, it was Genshin Usogi. Forgive me for interrupting, my dear fellows. Mr. Sholmes, what is it? I feel as though the poor unconscious gentleman on the settee has been somewhat forgotten. Oh, Father! Perhaps we should find our guest somewhere more peaceful to rest? Mr. Naruhodo, yes? Would you be so kind as to lend him your bed? We must do our very best to make him comfortable, I feel. Oh, yes, of course, I'll help you carry him up. So will I. No, I can manage alone, thank you. You have tea to enjoy. We wouldn't want Iris's brew to sear. Because there's no better way to make the professor comfortable than dragging him up the stairs like a trunk. I wonder, perhaps that was deliberate. Maybe Mr. Sholmes is making himself scarce to give Iris the chance to talk more freely. We must use this opportunity to talk with Iris. Find out what's going on. Okay, but Iris, are you aware that I'm a lawyer? Just not in the mood to talk at the moment, then. I suppose that's understandable. Would you like to tell us about it, Iris? About your father? I'm sure I told you before, didn't I? That Daddy used to be Hurley's partner? Yes, and that the notes about all the cases they solved together are inside that metal chest. That's right, Hurley told me, you see. He said that Daddy's somewhere far away now, so we can't meet. That's one way of describing it. Then, when I secretly unlocked the chest and read through the papers inside, I started to build up a picture in my head of what Daddy must be like. That's only natural. You're just like any other girl of your age. I read that Daddy was a professor of medical science, so I studied hard and took my degree too. Well, that's only natural, I suppose. In that respect, you're not quite like any other girl of your age, though. But there was one thing that I could never find out. Daddy's name. Ah. His name wasn't anywhere on any of the notes that he made about his work with Hurley. And then one day... That's what happened, is it? When you saw this autopsy report, you finally managed to work it out, is that right? Yes. So it was the handwriting in the report that caught her eye. When I saw the writing on that report, I could hardly believe it. Okay. So Professor Mikotoba is the one who wrote those reports. I suspect. I know that handwriting, I thought to myself. Because it was the same as the writing you'd seen on your father's case notes? Exactly. I was desperate to compare the two properly. I needed to see them side by side. I asked the doctor in the laboratory, but I was told I couldn't take the report away. And even worse, I was told that was the first and last time we'd be allowed to even look at it there. So you decided to steal it. When I compared the autopsy report with the case notes I had here, there was no doubt. The handwriting was exactly the same. It was Daddy's. And the signature of the coroner at the bottom of the autopsy report read Dr. John H. Wilson. So that's how I finally found out. I learned Daddy's name at last. I see. Ever since then, I've called myself Iris Wilson. But she's actually Iris Mikotoba. I actually have no idea if Professor Mikotoba is her real father or not. And that's also when I had the brilliant idea of writing stories about all Daddy's exciting times with Hurley. I decided there and then that I'd write the adventures of Herlock Sholmes. Oh, Iris, I had no idea the stories had quite such a deep personal significance for you. I can see why the autopsy report was so important to her now, and why she was prepared to break the law to get her hands on it. Well, Iris, sorry, but you're going in the clink. I must apologize, Iris. This is really all my fault. Hurley? I made a promise, you see, that until the time was right, I'd keep the details about your father a secret. I know, I've been very naughty. I'll take the autopsy report back to Dr. Gorey and apologize, I promise. Yes, we'll go together, I think. Then let me look after it for you until we get there. That was slick, Susie. Clint's autopsy report. The autopsy report of the final victim of the infamous professor. The report was authored by Dr. John H. Wilson. Sorry, Iris, I know you're in an emotional moment, but... Coroner John H. Wilson, victim Clint Van Zeeks, male, age 33, British, time of death, May 31st between 9 p.m. and midnight. Observations, death from a single stab wound to the heart, other superficial external wounds indicative of a duel. Additional notes. Recent scarlet ink stains visible on the little and ring fingers in the right hand, but no documenting corresponding ink was found. Autopsy findings. Vital evidence recovered from the victim's stomach during autopsy. Credit to Inspector Gregson for petitioning so doggedly for the autopsy procedure. No internal trauma noted anywhere in the body. John H. Wilson. Let's go and water my herbs, I think. I'll see you all later. Poor Iris, she must be feeling awful. I know Mr. Sholmes is here for her, but still. Ah! How? What's the meaning of this, Mr. Sholmes? Mr. Sholmes? Oh, dear me. So, you've noticed, I see. But that would mean... What on earth's the matter, Mr. Sato? You've turned as white as a sheet. It's this autopsy report, Mr. Naruhodo, the one from 10 years ago. The writing is her father's. Isn't Dr. Wilson's at all. Huh? What do you mean? How could you possibly know that? Because I know this writing very well. This writing is my father's. What? Professor Mikotoba's? Indeed, it's true. And now you know, my dear fellows. No, I don't know anything. What on earth does all of this mean, Mr. Sholmes? Like, seriously, I cannot tell if they're about to make a big reveal that Iris is Susie's half-sister. that her deadbeat dad also abandoned at birth. Because the idea that's slowly forming in my mind is just too extraordinary to believe. Please, you have to explain. I probably wouldn't be ragging on Dr. Mikitoba quite this much, except I saw something that absolutely blew my mind on Reddit the other day. On the Great Ace Attorney, on the Ace Attorney subreddit, someone had posted a tier list of the dads in the series, and somehow Professor Mikitoba was ranked as highly as Phoenix Wright, who, as far as I know, isn't actually even the dad, but I haven't played all of the games, so I could be wrong there. But what's more, Professor Mikitoba is a deadbeat. He went overseas immediately after his wife died, leaving his daughter with her grandma for 6 years. And now we're getting the reveal that he's left another daughter in England overseas for 10 years? How did anyone rank this guy well as a dad? He sucks. So, this autopsy report was actually penned by Professor Mikitoba then. That makes no sense. It's not possible, surely. Not possible? My dear fellow, pray, take a deep breath and think again. Yes, you're right. In some ways, it actually makes a great deal of sense. It does? Well, he was the first assistant on the report. 10 years ago is when Father returned to Japan after his extended study tour in Britain. And prior to his return, where was Dr. Mikitoba engaged? Ah, of course. He was an assistant in Dr. Wilson's laboratory, learning about forensic science. And as an assistant, he would have aided with the dissection work, making detailed notes, which would be assembled into the full autopsy report. And once the work was complete, the head coroner would check the contents and put his signature on the document. In other words, the only writing of Dr. Wilson's in the report would be his signature at the end. I see. So Iris got the wrong end of the stick, you mean? She saw that and assumed the whole report had been written by Dr. John H. Wilson. Which is very understandable, of course. What a complicated situation. Professor Mikitoba actually penned the report. Thinking about it, most of what we know about you, Sholmes, comes from the published stories of your exploits. Yes, The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, written by Iris. We really have no way of knowing what's fact and what's fiction. Most troubling for you, my dear fellow, I'm sure. So what about this supposed partner of yours? Did he really exist or not? Ah, you've come straight to the point, I see. And please come straight to the answer. I believe Iris explained it in one of her installments. He was a trusted comrade and the only person I could truly have called a friend. And did this partner of yours truly make a record of all your cases? Are his notes really stored inside that metal chest? Absolutely, my dear madam. Absolutely. So, where's your partner now? He's upstairs in your bed. We rarely meet. You see, he lives on the other side of the world. But if this autopsy report and the records of all your old cases were penned by the same hand, And if the autopsy report was written, though not signed, by your famous partner, there would be only one logical conclusion. Pray, impress me. Your partner would have to be Eugene Mikotoba. I thought it was going to open the court record and have me say it. Dang it. In other words, Miss Susato's father. Upon my word, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? You are coming along wonderfully. You have hit upon the method at last. You finally grasped the art of deduction. I was already better at it than you. You mean to say... Allow me to introduce you to my great friend and partner, Mikotoba. Professor Mikotoba. Does this mean you're the real Dr. Wilson? No, my dear, I'm still my old self, Eugene Mikotoba, your father. Oh, of course. This is obviously too much for Susato-san to take in. I must say, though, how my old friend has attained worldwide celebrity as a great mystery solver is the greatest mystery of all. I still remember the first time we met. Pray remind me, when was it again, Mikotoba?
16 years ago, Sholmes.
Yes, quite. 16 years ago.
I just arrived from Japan with Seishiro and Genshin. I was in search of lodgings close to the hospital, some comfortable rooms at a reasonable price.
But rents are devilishly high in that particular area.
That's right, so I decided I needed someone to share lodgings and the expense. And was fortunate enough to be introduced to Sholmes, who found himself in a similar situation.
I was a callow fellow back then, a mere shadow of the great detective you see before you now. I was working at the hospital's chemical laboratory at the time, indulging my curiosities for a little game.
And the situation of our cohabitation led to us pursuing cases together, you see. Hard to believe it was a mere 6 years. We had a great many adventures.
But in the last year of Mikotoba's stay in Britain, that most infamous of cases presented itself. A case with which you've become rather familiar yourselves, the Professor killings.
After the trial, Seishiro and I were summoned back home.
Hardly surprising given the circumstances. So there you have it. And as you know, all the details recorded by my trusty chronicler remain in that metal chest. This is amazing. Professor Mikotoba really is Mr. Sholmes' famous partner? And Susie's about to get to the relevant point, though. Father.
Goodness, my dear, what a cutting look.
As your daughter, I'm very proud to learn that you were the great detective's great partner. But nevertheless, there's another mystery that I really must ask you to explain now. And that is? You know very well what it is. The unresolved matter of Iris's father. Thank you, Susie. Of course, I'd almost forgotten about that one.
I should have seen this coming, I suppose.
Iris told us that all the notes about the great detective's adventures that are in that metal chest were written by her father. Isn't that correct, Mr. Sholmes? That is indeed what I told young Iris. But if you're Mr. Sholmes' partner, Father, and you wrote all of those case notes, then Iris's father must be you. Oh. Okay, Sholmes. Are you going to inform us that you lied to Iris? Or are you going to inform us that Susie has a half-sister and her father is even more of a deadbeat than I thought? You are coming along wonderfully as well. You too have hit upon the method at last. You finally grasped the heart of deduction. What you've always told me, Father, is that my mother died when I was born 16 years ago. And you left me in grandmother's care whilst you embarked on your study tour of Britain. I've always accepted that. But all this about Iris... Oh, there it is. Susato-san's ice-cold stare. No, now hold on a minute. It was very complicated. I mean, it's really not what you think. Sure, buddy. Perhaps you would like to explain exactly what it is. There it is. Now the eyes go from ice cold to red hot just before she... Wait, is she going to flip him or me? No, really, you've got the wrong end of the stick. Sholmes, say something, man. That's quite enough, my fiery fellows. Mr. Sholmes, when did he get all dressed up? Whilst I don't like to interrupt this exciting exploration of the past, Mikotoba and I have an urgent matter that requires a short exertion. No. It's very late, Mr. Sholmes. Where must you go? Why, my dear madam, is that not obvious? My partner and I must pursue our natural enemies. So, get your coat, Mikotoba. The game is afoot. But Sholmes, I really must give Susato a full explanation, I think. Later, my dear fellow, later. Our carriage waits downstairs already. You haven't changed one iota, have you? I mean, really, I visit our home after 10 long years. When I open that chest in a fit of nostalgia, I quite inexplicably pass out. And as if that wasn't enough, when I eventually regain consciousness, I am plunged straight into all this. Father, please. Go with Mr. Sholmes now. She is way too forgiving of this punk. What? I've no doubt that whatever happened, you were acting in everyone's best interests. I trust him completely. Really shouldn't. He is a deadbeat and a rotten liar. Susato. In sending the great detective and his great partner off on renewed adventures together, is more than I could have hoped for in my wildest dreams. That's the reason she's so forgiving. Very well then, we'll speak again later. So, I believe your own work is done for the day. I wish you the best of luck for tomorrow. Yes, Naruhodo. Good luck in battle, and in reaching a decision. Decision? Well, whether to go back to Japan, I suppose.
So much happened that day that I barely knew what to do with myself. It would only be later that I'd come to realize how amidst the chaos I'd unleashed were all the clues I needed to finally unearth the truth, and that all the turmoil was necessary to give me the resolve to see everything through.
Wait, what? That's the end of episode 4? They're stretching this into 2 episodes. How are they splitting this into 2 episodes? There's already barely enough episodes for a full story. As I've said a few times, the pacing in this is really frickin' weird. It's not even, like, a complaint about the quality of the game. I still love these games, but the pacing of this one is so bizarre. So we got the legendary pair and the best chips in town. You know what? While we're here, I think we are going to get that other accolade. I'm taking a wild shot in the dark when it comes to where this is. Okay. Ringo and Nash. Okay, I think this is the wrong portion. But let's try this real quick. If I press on there...
Excuse me.
Mr. Ringo Skulkin, do you have something to add? Whoop. Something that was said just now appears to have got you thinking. Oh, well, yeah, I was just thinking about me bro, Sulky. Oh, the one you've lost touch with? Yeah, blimey, he could be a saint sometimes, that one. Always used to give me a share of his grub when we had anything to eat. Sounds like a very kind man. Get out of it, these chips are mine, I'm not sharing. You're dead now, by the way, Gregson.
Hold it! Excuse me.
Mr. Nash Skulkin, do you have something to add? Whoop. Oh, well, yeah, I was just thinking about me bruv, Sulky. The one you've lost touch with. Yeah, cool, he could be a right nasty piece of work sometimes, that one. I always used to nab me share of the grub when we had anything to eat. He does sound like a very mean man. What are you looking at me for, sunshine? That is a rare achievement, by the way. Oh, wait. Oh, wow. Well, there we have it. For having pursued Nash and Ringo when no thought bubble was shown to hear their memories of Big Bruv Sulky in episode 5 of the Great Ace Attorney Adventures. The question now becomes, when did I miss a new idea on her blackboard? Should we do a couple of escapades? On the one hand, I kind of want to. On the other hand, I'm really hungry and I'd kind of like to get dinner now. It's almost 11. Coming up on New Year's Eve. Been streaming for about 5 hours. Might be time to call it there. You know what? We'll slip in one escapade. It transpires that another crime was committed aboard the SS Beria. Stakes are high as Sholmes and Stroganov pursue the culprit. There's more to the crime than meets the eye. January 6th, 6:23 p.m., SS Beria, first class cabin number 1. It's almost 2 weeks now since we left Japan. I can't believe how quickly time has gone. So, our next port of call will be Shanghai. Who's there? Who could it be at this hour? A detective. A detective? Who? A great detective. I don't get it. What's a great detective? If you would just be so kind as to open the door. Oh, yes, sorry, of course. It wasn't even locked. Is something wrong, detective? Are you investigating a case? Wherever a great detective goes, great cases occur. Indeed I am, the root of all evil. Sorry? Then I don't think I want you in my cabin. Under our very noses on the steamship, a terrible theft has just occurred. What? You noticed, I presume, the brief power failure a short while ago? Oh, yes, the power couldn't have been out for more than 10 minutes, though. Indeed, yet that was ample time for this wicked crime to be perpetrated. I see. Well, clearly it's a case that needs investigating. Precisely. The culprit ran away in this direction, down the first-class cabin passageway here. Really? The thief came this way? I'm quite sure of it. It may have escaped the attention of the dim-witted crew, but not of the great detective. To that end, I would be obliged if you would allow me to investigate here in this cabin. Well? How curious. Is there some reason why it would inconvenience you to have your cabin searched? Inconvenience me? Well, I'd be lying if I said no. After all, there's a stowaway in that wardrobe right over there. It's just me in here, you see? No one else. So you might perhaps want to focus your attention on one of the other first-class cabins? As it happens, you are the only first-class passenger at present. The other cabins are vacant. Oh. Then wouldn't it do to check one of the vacant cabins? Did that rather tragic rumbling of the stomach arise from within you, my good fellow? Of course. As I said, I'm the only person in here. It's not long until dinner time now, so perhaps we could do this afterwards? I do apologize, sir, but it is of the first importance that the investigation is not delayed. Now, if you'll excuse me... Wait, Where did he go? How did he suddenly move all the way over there? Yes, without a doubt, if the culprit were to be hiding in this cabin, it would have to be inside this wardrobe. I shall need to examine this wardrobe thoroughly. I presume you have no objection? I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to decline. Really, you won't find any? Did those two rather tragic sneezes arise from your good self? Of course they did. As I said, I'm the only person in here. You have a curious knack of talking while sneezing, then. Twice, no less. This is going to be a tough one to argue. I was watching you quite intently, sir, and I assure you I saw no signs of a sneeze. Couldn't Ryu have held his nose? As I was saying, I shall need to examine this wardrobe. I've had it now, then. The game's up. I'll just kill the man. Clip. Creak. Nobody hiding in there, it seems. What? You seem surprised. No, not at all. Yes, I am. He was in there for sure. I shut the doors on him myself. More visitors? Who's this now? It's Susie, isn't it?
Excusing me.
Oh, Seaman Stroganoff?
Sorry for disturbing, but crime has been committed on board ship.
Yes, I heard. A terrible theft.
How do you know this?
Ah, well, the detective there just informed me, you see.
Detective.
Yes, I assumed you must have asked him to investigate. Detective, could you... Where did he go?
I must ask you to cooperate with investigation into this crime, fully.
Uh-oh, he's glaring at the wardrobe already. Click, creak. Oh. Well done, you found me. What are you doing hiding in my wardrobe? My good man, I was merely assessing the practicality of concealment in such a place. And I would say that, at a push, a human could survive for up to 5 minutes in that cramped space. Ryunosuke's been in there for a fortnight. Is he not human?
Who are you?
Shh. This is the moment of truth. The great detective is about to unveil the sordid details of this wretched crime. You mean to say... Yes, there can be no doubt that the culprit of this terrible theft did indeed conceal himself within this wardrobe.
What?
What? Well, that's impossible. He couldn't have done it. Because my best friend was in there the entire time, or at least I thought he was.
How can you be sure of this?
Because Sholmes is the thief, I assume. Elementary, my dear fellow, the criminal left behind the most revealing evidence. How else could you explain these 3 bones?
Ah,
But he's right, look at those gnawed bones in there. And 3 of them.
the criminal has escaped this time, but I will find him. But I will find him and crush him.
Can I ask you something, Detective? Why, yes, of course. I'm always delighted to answer an inquiring mind. This terrible theft, what exactly was stolen? Uh-huh, what else? But some steaks on the rib bone. Huh? Did you say steaks on the rib bone?
For this evening's dinner, 3 rib steaks were stolen from this ship's kitchen only a short time ago. There was malfunction with generator,
and the ship was without lights for 10 minutes. Chef who saw criminal said he ran away down first class passageway. And now I am on his tail. I'm afraid to say, dear fellow, that your man is no longer in this cabin. But how? Through the cabin door, no less. Having devoured his hole in this wardrobe, the culprit discarded the bones and concealed himself behind the cabin door as you came inside. Then, when attention was turned to the wardrobe, he seized his chance to escape through the open door. What? Make haste, my good man, after the culprit. I shall follow presently.
Hold it!
That's my line, buddy. Something troubles you, sir? I think maybe criminal is not running away at all. What are you suggesting? Now I know where the dog is buried, Mr. Asogi. Me? Duh, when I think that you are a culprit, everything is falling in places. The criminal that disappeared in the first-class passageway, the bones in the wardrobe. All clues are pointing their fingers at you. Don't be ridiculous. I would never. Yes, of course. I established at once that you couldn't be the perpetrator of this crime. You did? Why? How are you so sure? My dear fellow, there are but two things in this world on which one can rely with total certainty. What two things? The first is the word of a great detective, and the second... The second is the tragic rumbling of an empty belly. Not again. When I first entered this cabin, there did arise from this gentleman a belly rumbling so odiously tragic that it confirmed beyond all doubt that the man had not eaten a single rib steak in some time, let alone 3. Why do I have to suffer this humiliation when I've done nothing wrong? Curses! I will catch this thief. He cannot have gone far. Indeed, assuming he decided against a post-meal constitutional swim. Well, if you will excuse me now, my apologies for upsetting your evening. Detective, one moment, please. Yes? That was a most remarkable deduction. Perhaps you'd be kind enough to tell me your name? Ah, it quite slipped my mind. You've been talking with the one and only Herlock Sholmes. I see. Well, I'm Kazuma Asogi. I'm a student on my way to Great Britain. Pleased to make your acquaintance, Mr. Asogi. Oh, and before I forget... Yes? I feel I should warn you. Live cargo is strictly forbidden on this vessel. So you do well to conceal the stowaway currently lying low under your bed as carefully as possible. Oh, under the bed? I bid you farewell, then, Mr. Asogi. He's uncovered our secret! Suppose I should have expected nothing less of a great detective who looked in the one hiding place in this room. Really, you wouldn't think that he would need to stay in there for the full 2 weeks. He could wander the cabin most of the time. Now then. When did you move in under the bed? Thought we'd had it when he opened the wardrobe door. Oh, well, it was thanks to that split-second chance you engineered. That I what? You distracted him for a moment, remember? When you suggested that he investigated the other cabins instead. Oh yes, he turned to look toward the corridor, didn't he? Well, I couldn't see what he was doing, of course. But I thought to myself, it's now or never, and the next thing I knew, I was under the bed. You really know how to give me a scare, don't you? Anyway, what's all this about the rib steaks, eh? Sorry about that. I've just been so hungry. Ever since we left Japan stuck in that tiny wardrobe, well, you should know, you've been splitting all your meals with me. You must be starving too, surely. Right on cue. And there was that power cut before, wasn't there? For about 10 minutes. So it was then... I caught a whiff of the most delicious smell. And I thought to myself, it's now or never. And the next thing I knew, I had the steak in my hands. This man just can't help getting himself into trouble. Alright, you were hungry, but 3 steaks? Thanks to you, 3 crewmen are going to go without tonight, I imagine. No, it was just the one. What? I only took 1 rib steak from the kitchen, that's all. But I don't understand. Hey, I'm not that selfish. If I'd stolen 3 steaks, I'd at least have tossed 1 your way. I'm not your pet dog. In that case, who stole the other 2? Sholmes did. Do you think... Could there be a ghost on board? A meat-loving ghost? There can only have been a single bone in the wardrobe when Ryu moved to hide under the bed. Which means that the other 2 bones can only have been put there by one very flesh-and-blood person. What's so funny? We're on a haunted ghost ship. A great detective, or a great mischief maker. Either way, I think I'd like to spend a little more time getting to know that man. The great Herlock Sholmes. Yeah, okay then. Alright. 1 extra escapade. I should have been doing this more often. This would have been a fun way to round off some stuff, even if it is just narrating. Either way, we are going to call it there. Hope everyone has a happy new year. There actually might be someone to raid now. Hang on. So I know there was a notification earlier when I popped open the stream manager. What is Larksa playing? Larksa is playing Twilight Princess. Sure, why not? Could be fun to raid Larksa. Give me a second to get stuff pulled up. Sorry about that. Thought I had Twitch muted. Either way. Yeah, we'll drop a raid for Larksa. She's playing Twilight Princess. She's pretty fun. I enjoy her content. She's done some interesting stuff in Souls games that I've chimed in on, including voice controls. And the stream is just generally a good vibe, so yeah, we will call it there. But in the meantime, I hope y'all enjoyed. I'm not sure when exactly I'll stream again next. Probably Friday, I guess. Yeah, no, I'm actually pretty sure that's when I'll stream again. But in the meantime, I appreciate y'all. Hope you enjoyed, and I hope to see you next time. Later, folks. Bye.